Am I here? I think I'm here. I should be here. Am I here? Audio? Yay. Yes, I do. It's the chroma key and I can't fix it, so I'm not worried about that. I'm just going to move on without it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm a holy man today. So the chroma key is the thing that uses the green screen, kicks the green screen out. And unfortunately...
It's kicking out areas of your face.
Yes, it's decided that my face is green. My face is not green. But it's decided that it is. And so it's kicking those parts out. Here in a bit, I'll be able to lean back a little bit more and hopefully make it less obvious. But you're currently here, and I don't want to mess with you. Okay, so let's do all of this work that I have on the side, because holy cow, I have a lot of little things to get taken care of this morning. Let's talk about summoning. Kitty gets insulin, yays. I need my insulin, mommy. Okay. All right. How fared you with your training, Peter? For my part, I had some success in uncovering the identity of our mystery attacker. We knew that our assailant was capable of summoning Ifrit Egi, so I perused the records of past expeditions for those who claimed to have triumphed against the Lord of Inferno. Of those victorious primal hunters, there were 8 names listed as present whereabouts unknown. After eliminating unlikely candidates based on race and gender, I was left with but a single name: Tristan. Assuming the records are accurate, this hero was once registered as a soldier of the Immortal Flames. How it came the man came by his skills as a summoner, or why he sought to kill us, however, I remain woefully ignorant. Nevertheless, I have witnessed him use the art of summoning for casual brutality, and that I cannot countenance. This power should never be employed for the sake of tyranny or personal gain. If meant to oppose such evils, it is our responsibility to bring this Tristan to justice. Should we stand idle, his reprehensible actions could very well stain the good name of future summoners who have yet to answer their calling. The art itself could be outlawed, the very mention of it taboo. Now, through my inquiries, I was able to determine that a war comrade of Tristan's days in the military resides in Little Alamigo. I ask that you pay a visit to this formal soldier and learn what he knows of our callous villain. All right. Let me get right on it. Oh well. Well, well. It seems Tristan wasn't telling tales. After all, he said I could expect some primal-addled sod to show up and start asking questions. Why don't you stay here and play with some friends of mine? I have a message to deliver. He's all yours, ladies. What's up?
Well, that didn't work. I guess back to Echo Falls. Let's get there from the Lancer's Guild this time. Boy, Kitty's got those zoomies. You gave him his insulin. He's zooming around now.
You were set upon? The fiend is one step ahead of us. I'd wager 10 years of dig site findings that Tristan warned his own allies long before you set foot on that settlement. They thought you one of the tempered, a mortal enthralled to a primal's will. In addition to being ruthless, it appears that our opponent is highly intelligent, and not quite as deranged as I first assumed. Such a level of planning hints at the existence of some greater scheme. But that is all we know. For the moment, we must be content with the knowledge he perceives us as a threat, and is aware of our efforts to track him. Speaking of which, you did exceedingly well to survive the trap which I blithely sent you. I must apologize for my carelessness. I will not underestimate this man again. On a happier note, however, my efforts to decipher the elegant texts proceed apace. Here, you must read this. With your skills already tried and tested against the Eggy, you should have little difficulty mastering a secondary summoning technique such as this. Let us put this day's disaster behind us, and focus on the wonders that lie ahead.
Okay, what was this? Pain flare. Interesting. Okay. Time to be a scholar. And Limsa Laminsa. Who knows? There's a guy back there called Nose. Alright. Alkazoka looks pleased to see you.
How curious you always come at the most opportune time, Peter. 'Tis divine providence, almost. Doubly so, since we are both blessed with a chance to refine our respective arts. You see, in your absence, I've been studying a section of the Nemean treatise, detailing marauder fighting techniques. The fundamentals do not differ much from the modern methods, but there's a slight variation in footwork and grip, as well as the distinction between the various ranges, and the attacks best employed, but, forgive me. I'll study the more pertinent point. Nemean scholars and the marauders fought side by side, yes? Well, now you and I have the opportunity to do the same. A Tonbury's been spotted at Bronze Lake, and the Marauders Guild has been asked to dispatch it. Since Tonbury's dwell in the Wanderer's Palace, an ancient Nemean temple recently discovered in the wake of the calamity, there's a strong possibility the creatures have resided there since before the fall of Nim. You follow my reasoning, Peter? These malevolent creatures may have overrun the temple and claimed it for their very own, at the height of Nemean civilization. They may have posed a major threat to the ancient people, even. If so, then surely fighting one in battle would rekindle the memories of our ferry. Even if I am mistaken, the Tonbury poses a threat to the locals. Moreover, I would very much like to put my newly learned Nemean techniques to the test. So we will rendezvous outside the Wanderer's Palace, yes?
Sure, we can do that. Let's keep on Lake. Wanderer's Palace in El Kazulka. Let's go.
Well met, Peter. I only just arrived myself. 'Twas in the vicinity that the Tumbury was last sighted. With luck, it would not have gone far.
Indeed. Let's go, my fairy companion.
Look, atop the stairs.
My son, my dear son, at long last I... The rancor, it rises. It rises.
It comes.
So apparently we have to fight this Tumbury now.
I should draw outside, Peter. Lend me your support. Does the Tumbury summon these abominations?
This is a right sector. Duty complete. We survived.
Rah! What are you doing? Move, damn you!
My
Confound it all.
So she saved him. The encounter with the Tonberries rekindled the fairy's memories.
Bah, what happened, Peter? I thought you could control her. I apologize. I know you've only just begun to work at the ferry. Some disobedience is to be expected. Axemaster Rosen will be disappointed, but there's naught we can do. The Tomberry's long gone, and, well, let's return to Limsa Limensa. Ah, Peter. Permit me to apologize a second time. Earlier I was frustrated. Not myself. I was flustered, if you will. In the aftermath of the Tunbury's escape, I completely overlooked our accomplishments. We confirmed the viability of Nemean tactics, and proved that a scholar and marauder working in tandem is a force to be reckoned with. Would you not say? And correct me if I'm mistaken, but your fairy regained some of her memory, yes? With that in mind, I feel comfortable claiming that this was a worthwhile endeavor. However, do try and gain greater mastery over your minion, Peter. I'd hate for a repeat of that incident.
And next is Red Mage. I believe the first thing I should do is take care of these two things in the realm we're born. Sahagin and Ixal. So Sahagin would be Elport, or Elaport, one of those. Oh, I guess we'll just talk to this guy first. Hey there, Heruntia. We should investigate Lombard's next move.
Lombard and his puppets are acting under imperial orders, that much is certain. Ever since we thwarted the attempt at Master Wilkin, however, it would seem that they have abandoned him as a target. The merchant's life is not worth all the assassins we cost him, I'd wager. But it will only be a matter of time before the Cabal is given new prey to hunt. I've called in a favor from a friend to investigate possible targets, and he's agreed to meet us at Harker's Round at Limsa Limensa.
And off she goes. I'll take a look at that, sure, but first, I want to head over this way. Bless you. Kitty agrees. You should be blessed.
Oh, your face is less holy.
Less holy, yes. I think part of it was the area I was in, was reflecting a certain color light. Unusually green light, if you will. Meanwhile, Kitty says meow. I love you, says Kitty.
Our efforts to achieve peace may have all been in vain, Pieter. By undermining Zug's leadership with that farce of a parley, I'm afraid I've stripped away what little restraint he has left. The Coral Tridents have attacked yet another ship, and this time they've taken a prisoner. With the raid itself is sufficient cause for concern. The fools have abducted a high-ranking Limsan official. Now the situation is political. If the threat posed by the return of Lord Leviathan weren't enough, then this incident will surely put pressure on the Shorewalker elders to escalate their engagement to full-scale war. Pieter, I beg you, you must speak with the Maelstrom commander. It is vital we learn what plans have been set in motion, if there's aught we can do to contain the damage caused by Zug's insanity. The nearest official of rank would be in Camp Skull Valley. You are a mighty hero. Perhaps your words will sway the Maelstrom from a path
they doubtless do not wish to tread.
I believe I've talked to her before. Hey there, folk breeder.
I have no task for you at present, adventurer. The recent crisis is demanding our full attention. It is no simple matter of ousting a nest of belligerent dodos. The Scarlet Sea Devil, an infamous fishback pirate we have long thought perished, has had the temerity to lead an assault on a Laminsan warship. In addition to the heavy casualties they inflicted on the crew, the Sahagin reportedly took prisoner our Counselor of Coin. Counselor Turison is one of the Admiral's most trusted advisors, and an essential figure for the day-to-day running of the thalassocracy. His abduction is a blatant act of hostility, in which the Maelstrom must give an answer. We go to war.
There's actually some Sahagin working against it.
Have you considered an alternative course of action? There is only one response to this kind of attack. Admiral Vorson has already instructed our troops to make ready for a full-scale retaliation. The warships of the Armada are assembled and await but the order to set sail. These savages won't know what hit them. The charts will need to be redrawn after our cannons are done bombarding their shore. Then we'll send in the ground levy, that's us, to mop up any fishbacks that survive the cannons.
I really think you should reconsider.
Save your breath, adventurer. The fishbacks forfeited any right to negotiation when they laid their slimy talons on a naval vessel. Brute force is the only language that they understand.
Well, peace talks have failed.
So, the finless ones will not be deterred from their righteous course. No matter who emerges the victor in the coming conflict, slaughter will be answered with slaughter, and our spawning grounds will give birth to naught but death. I can see but one way to steer us clear of this abyss, Peter. You and I rescue the Shorewalker official ourselves. Before we attempt to undo this madness, however, we must first discover where the Counselor is being held. An ambitious scheme, such as this, would have required extensive planning, and likely provided his serpent reaver lackeys with some manner of written instruction. As such, the serpent's tongue may provide us with the information we need. Quickly now, Peter. Time is of the essence.
Oh, look, it's the ale-stained parchment. It's right here. Well, that search didn't take very long.
Okay.
Your search, Peter, was it successful?
I found this parchment.
Ah, yes. The parchment is soiled, but I can still make out the words. They plan to keep the council prisoner aboard the Lost Duchess, one of the Reaver's own ships. I do not know of these Zhug final instructions, but they have no time to assume otherwise. Ride an Ebst out to the pirate vessel, said to have dropped anchor, and take the crew by surprise. I do not swim quite so swiftly as one of Par's sea beasts. Trust that I will not be far behind.
All right, let's go save him.
The clutch father bid me ready my swiftest Ebst. Be sure to hold on tightly, Shorewalker. Yes, I shall happily go.
The guy, he just moved his mouth and there was no words. So I'm just like, might as well, right?
Yeah.
Time for a daring escape or rescue. A little of A. First rescue, then the escape.
I love the hints of red on the red mage outfit, even if I make it white.
Oh. I see that.
Release me, you fiends. Do you know who I am? Silent shorewalker. Try to escape and I'll slice the gills into your neck. Maybe then you'll be able to breathe underwater.
You think me cowed by simple threats? We Limsons will not be intimidated by your base savagery.
You try my patience, finless one. Continue your squawking, and I'll drop you over the rail.
Ooh, yes, that.
Mm-hmm.
You, but how?
Yeah, but he's not a red mage. Booyah. My rescuers have arrived at last. Who are you? You're not a Maelstrom soldier. What in the navigator's name is going on here?
Pieter. I will defend the Counselor, while you liberate the key to his shackles. One of the cold-fighted zealots must carry it.
There we go.
That was a slight loading there.
It's fine. That's poor Lost Duchess stagehand. Gotta feel bad for him. His deckhand, whatever. No. These are just members of the pirate vessel. Ah, we brought out the Sahagin Superior. And we now have the keys. Time to let him loose. Why has Asagin come to my aid? I'm about to trade one captor for another. It's a rescue mission, you idiots. My thanks. Those manacles are beginning to chafe. Now I can see that you are some manner of sellsword, but I'm not quite sure what to make of this scaled gentleman. Is he a friend of yours?
He's the man who rescued you.
We are not free of this yet. Stay close to me, lest you be tossed overboard.
It seems the mantle of the Scarlet She-Devil will not sit firmly upon my shoulders until I have sent you to the depths. Zug, do you realize what's at stake here? Your reckless ambition endangers the fate of our entire tribe. Your shorewalkers ready their armada even as we speak. Does the thought of war with the finless ones now frighten you so? Let them come. It's a spawnling's mischief compared to the mayhem you once committed. Ready your spear, old one. Let us see if the years have stolen your skill as well as your spine. This wound is not fatal, though it might leave a nasty scar. I do not ask for your pity. Finish it now. Kill me. Show me a parent who can kill his own child. Sahuagin blood ties run deeper than the most abyssal sea trench. You beg for the impossible. I will not slay my own son.
Yes.
I reject you as my clutch father. Why do you throw away all that you had become? Why did you not seek vengeance on the shorewalkers who wronged us? You know the answers to those questions. Surely you've not forgotten what befell your spawn brothers. At my side you stood, the only surviving hatchling, and shed the river of tears for your slain clutchmates. Yes, I wept for them. I made them a promise. I would avenge their deaths with the blood of 1,000 shorewalkers. I would grow into a warrior both mighty and terrible to behold. The Scarlet She-Devil reborn. And I do what you would not. I cannot protect that which you love with a name, no matter how fearful. It took the greatest tragedy of my life to open my eyes to that truth. Zug, I would spare you that pain again. I would have you be the future that our people need. I only want what is best for all of my sons. Clutch, Father. Weigh anchor and take the helm. We make for the nearest shorewalker port. Prepare a boat to take our guest ashore.
Well done. Oh, man. That's cool in the background. Foggy lit area. Peter, was it? My thanks again. Were it not for you and your Sahuagin acquaintance, I would still be rubbing my wrists raw trying to escape those infernal shackles. But it would seem I have been laboring under a misconception. I was convinced that all Sahuagin, all beastmen in fact, were not but bloodthirsty murdering savages, and not the slightest concept of peace or compromise. After meeting Nov, did you call him? Interesting fellow. Yes, well, after witnessing his exchange with his son, I see now that our fishback enemies are far more complicated than our bedtime tales of horror would lead us to believe. I have 3 younglings of my own, you see, and I'm quite eager to hurry home and reassure them that their father is very much alive and well. Before I do so, however, I would contact the Admiral and convince her to rescind the order to attack. It will not be an easy task, but as the man who holds the nation's purse strings, my words carry a certain weight. And here. Girls are often a welcome sight on ship, and in their presence means land and home is close by. The Notian soldiers and sailors began gathering the feathers dropped on deck and fashioning them into trinkets to give to their children as a symbol of health and happiness. I'd be grateful if you could see the feather into your Sakagin's friend's hands. Beastmen are now. I've seen that any father wishes the same things for his offspring. Perhaps in time, we shall find more common ground between our people. I only hope that it will not require the threat of imminent war to bring such future revelations to light. Hello, Kit Kat. All right. Time to take the trinket to the nursery. Nighttime fog makes everything so spooky. Mom? Kitty's like, I want to be on TV. And he does. He loves it. He loves seeing cats on TV.
Pietra, I have no words to thank you. Without your aid, I do not think war with the Shorewalkers could have been avoided. Zug has disbanded the Coral Tridents and is set on traveling for a time. Amongst all of my offspring, he is the most like me. The most determined and stubborn. I sense he is hesitant to return to the nursery. But return he will, in time. And when he does, I hope to see him stronger and wiser, Sahagin, than I ever was. Such pleasant thoughts will sustain me while I raise its unruly spawn brothers.
Here's a gold feather trinket.
The counselor wished me to have this. I see. A gift from parent to child. A symbol of joy and family. So many of my offspring were slain by the Shorewalkers. The rage spawned by that act will never fully leave me. But it is nothing compared to the desire to feel, the desire I feel, to protect my surviving spawnlings. I pray this trinket can one day represent not just a bond between parent and child, but also the birth of understanding between our peoples. You've achieved more for this cause than I could have dared hope. In the days to come, I only ask that you do not forget us, Finless One. Whenever thoughts of vengeance seek to consume you, remember this nursery. Remember me and my spawnlings. And should you come to visit, you will always be welcome here. You're no longer some strange shorewalker. To us, you're our clutchmate.
Time to head back to Maelstrom Command and give them the good news. But first, let's continue the Red Mage story.
This fine gentleman here is real.
a former member of the Company of Heroes. He's been helping us with our investigations since before we left for Alaport. Oh, the two of you have met, I take it.
It's good to see you, Real.
Good to see you too, lad. Master Red Britches didn't mention he was on the road together. Anyhow, let's get straight to business. I did some digging into that floating fortress of your cabal. The merchantman dabbles in a bit of trading to keep up the charade, so I started paying attention to where the goods ended up. Now, I think you'll find that Lombard gets his orders from the Imperial base in northern Thanalan, Castra Meridianum. That's your best bet, I reckon.
You are a treasure, Rio. I'll pass on any new information we managed to uncover. For the now, though, consider that favor repaid in full. Peter, Arya, to the drowning wench!
What is it, Kitty? Want to be on television?
Peter, oh, it seems that business with the Sahagin became rather more involved than anyone expected. The Maelstrom command very much resembled the writhing chaos of our namesake. Once word of Councillor Tursin's abduction sparked a call to war. 'Tis fortunate our marching orders were rescinded ere we launched our attack. There are none of our ranks that fear to step into the field of battle, but any day that ends without bloodshed is a good day. And I hear that you yourself are responsible for the Councillor's timely release. I like to think that my eye for enlisting talented veterans played some small part in the way events played out. So, Peter, you've averted a war and rescued a high-ranking official. Not a bad result, all told. But we must remain vigilant. While we welcome the possibility of peaceful coexistence with the Sahagin, we cannot ignore the threat to the primal Leviathan yet it presents. For the nonce, however, you have earned a respite from duty. On behalf of the Maelstrom, I commend you for your courageous actions and judicious diplomacy. Might you consider a bath during your well-earned rest? I seem to detect the slightest sense of rotting crab meat.
Reputation up and not trusted. Huzzah.
Access to wider reflection of wearers from the clutch fender. License to gill. Of course we are. Before we let's get this taken care of, because I do need to buy 99 of each of their wares to sell.
Right. We have their destination, so let's discuss the objective. We need to storm Castra Meridianum and locate documentation on our next target. Poor choice of words, perhaps. To clarify, one of us will provide a diversion, while the other two slip inside and rifle through the desks until we find what we're looking for. Is that better? Peter, you will be our decoy. Draw away as many of the sentries as you can and buy us the time we need. All right. Arya, we'll run you through practice exercises. I say you've been honing your skills on various beasts, but this will be your first battle against thinking opponents, yes? Very well. Make your preparations, my friends. We meet at Rabon's Push.
In northern Thanalan. But before we do that, back to airport. Yeah, we'll buy a little bit of everything over here. And by a little bit, I mean 99 of everything for sale. But first, grab an Ebb's Horn. I'll wind up Sahagin, because, I mean, come on. I'm a little funky right now. Much as I like those, it does not fit with the theme. As does that. Not fit with the theme. I should be having little forest creatures. And writing big forest creatures. Or big creatures at the very least. Big creatures that aren't huge. Okay, so from here, I'm buying 99 of everything. I have returned, sir. All right. aren't be happy about it, though. Okay, so far so good. Add that to the saddlebag. Kobold. I've done all the kobold quests, haven't I? I think I have. Done all the Sagagean, so I can discard this one. I'll be using those again. All right. Okay. Interesting. All right. So that part is done. $9.72. Oh, I got plenty of money. Maybe worth it just to head to the XIV right now. Let's do it.
Day to be remembered this is, at last, at long last. Complete desert quail, and we will rejoice, cry, soil self in excitement. Matter of attaching and calibrating vital components it is. Then up into the sky before Natlan fanatics arrive. Task for Peter Sezul has. Final task to craft finishing components. Take these materials to Falgord Float, Pieter must. Expect Peter's finest work, Sezul does.
You got it, bro.
Hello there, adventurer. Come now, I can hardly hear you. I said hello there.
I'm not answering.
Ah, I see you're seeking to craft your final airship component. I recognize the materials, but I've not dreamed of attempting the synthesis myself. I'm certain that you will have no trouble, of course. Here are your materials back. The facility is yours. Finishing but not figurehead? Oh, alright. Interesting. I wonder if it's the tool that makes it do that. Crafting up a storm. Woot woot.
Peter. Quickly now, quickly! Have that final component we must.
I have it right here.
Yes, exactly what we need this is. The final piece of Dezu Quelan. Chief Turtleluck, terrible news it is. Ah, yes. What news? What news? Heard from Little Bird and Natalan we have. War balloon pilots have begun priming air stones, Tezu says.
Priming air stones? That sounds ominous.
Yes, seek to harness blessings of Garuda they do. Stones provide propulsion for balloons. Signal preparations for climbing sortie this does. What? Then dozens of assault Tezu has. Fly here to XIV and destroy Dezu Quelan. Balloon Squadron will. Thick skull zealots. Obey goddess to face annihilation, they say. Shriveled and dead their souls are.
The XIV 9 is a gathering of crafters, not warriors. And this camp is defenseless against attacks from the air. We're doomed, aren't we?
Speak truth, the No Feathers does. Everything we have worked for, go up in smoke it will. Cease your screeching, flame. Need to think. This attack's how we must. Peter, not so Fethelwood's final task. Ask one more boon of Peter, Fethelwood. Dangerous mission of one true warrior amongst us. Stop war balloons from ever taking off, Peter must. Go swiftly, now swiftly. Once they are airborne, soon. Float beyond our reach. Make haste for Natalan. Make contact with Tezel Tolton. She'll know how to sabotage assault. He will. Peter handles fanatics. Rest of XIV 9 continue with preparations for maiden flight. Huddle in nest and wait to die. We will not.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna talk to the unseen in Natalan.
These are reinforcements promised by XIV. Shh. Keep voice down, you must. Wish to attract attention of these vicious air skulls. We do not. Think your guard balloon squad has not yet left the ground. Flotation bladders are filled and ready, but take much time. Preparation of air stones does. Charged by array stones are. Once stones are fully primed, load them into air balloons and take off. Air stones will. Sable Vortex Army, we must. No power means no propulsion. Yes. Tools for sabotage Texel has. Corrupted crystals charge. So these into the tunnels of Vortex Array and dispatch elemental wind currents. They will. But begin with primary turrets you cannot. Disable secondary turrets first. Very important. Delicate. Dangerous work. Disrupting flow of elemental power is. Look, for this one. See you this glowing device. One of 3 secondary vortex tunnels it is. Try inserting charge, yes? Good. Very good. Understand how it is done now, Featherless One does, yes? With the Natalan, 2 more of these you will find. Sabotage both remaining secondary devices. Then seek out primary turret. Once main turret is down, cease feeding power to Airstone's vortex array, then will. Then hurry back to XIV and witness trial flight. We can.
All right. Let us get it taken care of then.
Secondary turret 1 taken down. Secondary turret 2. Taken down. Oh, you want to die? Alright. I really wasn't looking to murder someone today, but yeah, that's what you need. I love you. Burcure. Is that a healing spell? That is a healing spell. Okay. Very nice. Okay, being able to cure is awesome. And pick up a primary vortex turret.
Well, balloons of proportions featherless one has, but sense something amiss Tezul does. Tuzol does. Report to Chief Tullet that Tuzol will. Remain in Natalan, keep eye on air skulls. Featherless one. No better option there is. From top of observatorium, observe both lands of Corvus and Blackshroud at same time. Featherless one can. Send small featherless one to join you, Tezul will. Welcoming of sneaky XIV tower there, not. What?
Alright. So the tower then. See that, Teteramo?
Where have you been, Peter? Have you not heard? There's another one of those vortex turret devices hidden in the ravine in Natalan. It would seem the XL air skulls are craftier than Tuzol gave him credit for. Let us continue to the roof and see what we can see.
Alright.
There's only one war balloon that managed to deprive its airstone, but I'm afraid that's all these zealots will need. Without ballistas or even archers, the XIV 9 can do naught to prevent their fanatic kin from dropping explosive munitions right into their camp. Ah, over there. Heading south toward the Twelfthwood. Blast and bother it all, I'm so helpless. Why must fate be so cruel?
Bring balloon directly over unbeliever's dung heap. Smash and burn the little toy. We will. Chieftain. Alone up here we are not.
Meow.
What's happening? Ugh. Good God, it's a blackjack. I know my father's ship anywhere. Father, what madness are you planning? That boy's whims will be the death of me. Fire. He did it! Ramming speed, very successful. What'd I tell ya? Sturdy Skyways construction. The Beefmen blimp never stood a chance. Please, Chairman. You endanger yourself and the company's future both. I believe I shall be sick. Oh, pipe down, will you? Haven't had this alive in years. And besides, Highwind Skyways has a more competent successor. Let us arrange a meeting with him now, shall we?
What of your appointments? The syndicate awaits your arrival in Elda and following with an engagement with Master Gagaraju in Costa del Sol.
Cancel them. All of them.
Huh? But, sir...
As it should be. Ah, he's using a signal lamp. Meet at XIV camp. Do not be late. It could just use a link pearl, but Father would insist on doing things the hard way. Come on, Peter, let's be off. All right.
Huzzah, I guessed correctly.
The featherless ones this day belongs. From Turzal about mid-air ramming. Cecil heard.
Always tough on the voice. Nixodl 9.
Father. Coulson has a few words with me, but I thought myself too old for one of his lectures. But apparently I was wrong. I had heard that the Ixal are a people who lost their wings. A people whose greatest wish was to fly once freely through the crowd. Fly once more freely amongst the clouds. And that the invention of their balloons was a step toward reclaiming what they once had. But perhaps we were the ones who truly lost the freedom of flight. That Ramu, when I look upon your face now, I'm reminded of words I've not thought of in years. Spread your wings and soar. That was the slogan coined by my company's founder, your grandfather.
Stop. Split Cecil's sides, you will.
Huh? Have I said something amusing?
Spread your wings and soar you must. Dazzle Querlin's favorite saying it was.
Your mentor said that? Then it was not only your technology that Highwind Sky was borrowed, but your philosophy as well. Chief Totalik, I wish to apologize for the disrespect I have shown you. Without the contributions of the Ixal, my company would not be where it is today. My father, Tatarona, and Tatanora, owed his success to the knowledge he learned under the tutelage of Dazel Quaylen. On behalf of Highwind Skyways, I extend my fullest gratitude to you and your people.
Well, enough! Make squirrels squirm in front of fledglings, Tedderbo will. Give thanks to Cetherwood. Brought dream within XIV's grasp, Chairman Sun has. Brought XIV within reach of Atalan. Tataramu, time to launch our birds to the sky, yes?
Yes, sir. Commencing trial flight preparations for the Dazzle Quaylen. All crew members begin pre-flight inspections. Huzzah! "'Tis a blessed, beautiful vessel. My boy was hiding some truly revolutionary ideas in that obsessive mind of his. Like grandfather is like grandson. I believe you're owed a debt of gratitude as well, adventurer. 'Twas due in no small part to your actions that the dream of my son and his Ixali colleagues now begins to become reality.
Dazzle is watching even now, Cecil thinks. Arrive on Paradise's doorstep soon enough. We will. Spread our wings and soar. We shall.
Hello, Tataramo. My dear Peter, oh, the gratitude I would endlessly heap upon you. There are no words to express the joy I feel at this moment. But perhaps I am being premature. Why, the ship has yet to even leave the ground. I must focus on the task at hand, and be sure that every bolt is tightened and every knot secured. There is, in actual fact, one more request I would make of you. The absolutely final one, I promise. This is a figurehead I've been working on. I'd like you to take the rest of the materials and craft the finishing component. It's only fitting that your craftsmanship binds the Dazzle Quaylen's figurehead together. Here are the items you'll need. Pray present them to Cecil and see what we'll have, and see that we have his blessings on the design.
Mischance to empty bladder Peter has. Unless wish to miss inaugural test flight Peter does.
I wanted to check if you wanted anything on the figurehead.
Whew. Figurehead component materials. Familiar design this is. When did Tataromo learn to craft traditional flying charm? Feathers of figurehead serve to remind Ixal of ancestors, and warn balloon against capricious nature of sky, they do. Impressed with Tataromo's foresight, Cecil has. Have Cecil's blessings to complete figurehead, Pietro does. Crafting this component is a simple matter, yes? Be sure then to pour all of Peter's skill into the task. Finish part and return to Tataromo before final inspections are complete, Peter must. See figurehead proudly attached to test flight. Cecil would.
Alright, let's see here. More of the leather work. That's right, they have to use the special arms. Alright, Tataromo. Peter, you brought the last part of the figurehead? Indeed I did. Here you go. Thank you. Now, this will do perfectly. I think I'm ready. Ready to entrust my life to the Desert Quailin and aim for the highest skies. We are all but done with the last round of inspections. It would be safest if you were to withdraw a few steps. Only the gods know how this will unfold.
XIV arrived at long last moment of truth has. To Atalin, we fly. Ignite Cerulean propulsion engine. Cerulean gas primed and ready. Engine fuel pumping. Air pressure and temperature favorable.
Engine output is steady. Instrument readings within expected parameters. Extend the wings. Open the throttle.
Release moorings. Clear for takeoff.
The Desert Quailin is away.
Fly it does.
Pretty cool.
Too low it flies. Something wrong it is. Something is wrong.
It is the richest shroud. God damn it, why now? Sudden disturbance of ethereal density above the crown of the trees can produce turbulent air currents. A rare phenomenon peculiar to the Black Shroud and the bane of even the most seasoned airship pilot. Keep her steady, Tataramu. Ride the wind. Don't fight against it. Extend wings to full trim. Release primary and tertiary ballast. Yeah, the ship won't turn. Come now, Desert Quailin, is that all you've got? Fly, damn you! We built you better than this. Fly.
Fly. Fly, Tataramu, fly.
Huzzah. Spotted Desert Quailin, and now at its vantage point, Tezul has.
Spotted Desert Quailin from Natalan vantage point Tezul has. Indicate altitude of 5,000 yards, instruments do. Soar like a bird, it does. Soar like a bird.
Huzzah, huzzah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Huzzah. Peter, the test flight was a complete success. It was a shaky start, but the Desu Quaylen and I both returned unharmed. And we reached our target altitude of 5,000 yoms. That's higher than any Eorzean airship has ever flown. A new aeronautic record, unofficial though it may be. Despite its impressive performance, however, the Desu Quaylen still cannot achieve that which Cecil dreams, to climb above and beyond the clouds and arrive at the legendary shores of Adium. But we'll continue to improve and tweak our prototype, and one day we will catch a glimpse of that floating paradise. There's no record that cannot be broken. But by that time, Pieter, there's something I'm meaning to ask you for the longest time. I know why I am here, but whatever brought you to the XIV's camp? Well, one thing led to another. Your original mission was to respond to an XIV threat. I do believe you've gone above and beyond that somewhat quite far to the left of the call of duty. I dare say the Twin Adder officer who enlisted your services is by now rather alarmed by your prolonged absence. Perhaps you should report back to Gridania and put her mind at ease.
Sure, I'll do that. But first... No, I need to do that first. Then I'll come back and buy some crap. Why do I have a third leg? Oh, well, whatever.
Yes, Lieutenant Cronus. What can I do for... Oh, the attack on the 10th Spire. The captain mentioned he'd sent you out to investigate further, but I'd completely forgotten. We were still... that is to say, the XIV appear to have abandoned their plans to assault our towers. Excellent work, Lieutenant. We must, however, remain alert and at the ready. The thought of those war balloons drifting over the city walls is one of the citizens' greatest fears. A nightmare we must never allow to become reality. I shall likely have need of your services in the days to come. So pray, keep your skills honed and your blades sharp. Did you hear the news, by the way? There's some excellent excitement here in Gridania, while you're off trumpeting the underbrush. The sons of Highwind Skyways chairman Tatarabu suddenly vanished into thin air. Folk were crying foul play, though no body or blood was in evidence. Oh, he's already been found? Well, perhaps now things can return to normal. We finished the XIV quest. Reputation up. Increased to Sworn. Sworn reputation of XIV. Then we're going to have access to a wider range of wares. Awesome. That's XIV, folks. Head over here and repair and buy our next thingamabobbers. Dire Wolf Whistle. That sounds awesome. Of course, why the whistle? And now I can buy Snow White dye and Soot Black dye. Cool.
Alright, well, we have enough Snow White dye for whatever we need. Direwolf mount. And a white up Ixal minion. Okay, so the Ixal minion is not a cute little forest creature, so we won't be using that one. However, the Direwolf mount should definitely be something that we... Heck yeah! I think the Elbst is eventually going to be removed, because I don't think it's really a forest creature. In fact, no, I need to have the Chocobo as an option. Cool as it is to ride a dragon, that doesn't fit. Okay. I believe we were in the middle of doing this red mage path. So let's get it. You know what? He's back. Horses are just too ubiquitous. You can't not have horses. And unicorn. I mean unicorn. Come on. Have to use the unicorn. Get out here, won't you?
Right, just as we planned. Peter, do your best to become the center of Imperial attention.
I can do that.
Arya, you're with me. Once inside, we'll split up to hasten our search, so steel yourself for run-ins with patrols.
I hope I'm ready for this.
Just keep your head and you'll be fine. You've not quite reached Peter's level of skill, but your offensive magics are, to be quite honest, terrifyingly powerful.
Huzzah!
Your restorative arts, on the other hand, well, let's just say the scales swing both ways. Now that I think about it, others say like to balance in the same manner. Well, must be something in the blood, but rarely have I met such an extreme case as you. Not to worry. We will work on the weaker aspects until you find an equilibrium, such as the key to excelling in red magic. Now, let us set to work. Head around the front of the base and make a nuisance of yourself, Peter. With the growth you've shown, I'm certain you can handle whatever those Imperials throw at you.
Who'll be sneaking in from the backside while you hold their attention? Please don't have to fight all of them at once. All right. Oh, north of here. Got it.
Oh, there's the destination. I was like, where the heck is it? That part was taken care of.
You don't do things by hands, do you, my friend? I can hear the commotion from the other side of the wall. Our foe was so focused on your battle, I dare say we could have walked out the entire shelf of records. As things stand, however, we contented ourselves with the knowledge of Lombard's forthcoming operations. There's much to discuss. I suggest we withdraw to a cerulean plant that we might converse in relative safety. But it would seem the experience has taken its toll on poor Arya. Will you be able to walk, my dear? I see the colors return to your cheeks, Arya. Do you feel any better?
Much better, thank you. I may have been pushing too hard to perfect my white magics.
From what I witnessed, I'd say you have much work yet ahead of you.
Keep at it.
You've got this.
I will.
Let us return to the subject at hand, shall we? We discovered, or uncovered, documents detailing the Empire's deployment of the Cabal, and it is much as we surmised. The Cabal's assassins spirit away youths with arcane aptitude, much like our Arya here, and deliver them to Lombard for branding. Once the cursed sigil has destroyed their wills, he fills their empty minds with lethal thaumaturgy, and conditions them to follow his every command. It seems, however, the formation of the Cabal itself is a relatively recent development. Lombard received imperial orders to organize his puppets into an expendable force, a fearless, unswervingly loyal cult of assassins that could strike against resistant supporters in lands beyond the Empire's reach. This plan, as well as Lombard's involvement, was proposed by the Crown Prince himself. As the champion who brought Xenos to justice, I'm sure you're familiar with the man's reputation for cold brutality. Aside from his mastery of red magic, Lombard is well versed in ancient spells and rituals. Doubtless this knowledge, coupled with a singular lack of moral character, did much to curry the favor of a monster such as Xenos. And now we come to the Cabal's next assignment. I could scarce believe my own eyes when I read the details of the operation. Lombard's next target is the Garland Ironworks. The company of the engineers founded by the great Sid Garland. Gasp. As a sanctuary for As a sanctuary for Imperial defectors, the Ironworks has long drawn the ire of the Empire, and if that isn't reason enough, the company has also begun sharing engineering secrets with the Alamegan resistance. To my knowledge, it's the highest profile enemy the Cabal has ever been deployed against. Ah, but the operation will not target Sid himself. They have a far more effective method in mind. The plan is to assassinate Garland's senior staff, and the name at the top of the list is Jesse, his deputy president. Sid's ideas cannot be brought to fruition without a talented team of engineers, and the organization itself will grind to a halt without Jesse's expertise. Her loss would be a dark day for Eorzea indeed. Yep. I've communicated the details of the planned assassination to the Ironworks. Unlike Mr. Wilkins' case, however, Lombard has been ordered to succeed at any cost. He will keep sending his killers till the deed is done, or we put a stop to this cabal, for good. And that means bringing down Lombard himself. Pieter, Arya, I'll need your aid. Sharpen your swords and ready your spells. We are going to war. Huzzah. All coming to a head. It's barding time. Time for the Saint of Song. Well, that's you, Pieter. If you're wondering about Gaidelat, I'm afraid I've not seen him since he stormed out. But I have spoken... That's the wrong voice. But I have spoken with Master Silvio. As promised, he looked into the Corithian legend, the Saint of Song in the Heavens, and he came to share his findings. Apparently, the heavens is a reference to a voice from the sky. So most likely some form of natural phenomenon, such as thunder or lightning. Which means that Gaidelat was right. After all, what else could a voice from the sky be? It isn't as though there are people who dwell in the clouds and love to sing besides. I mean, there's the Vanu Vanu. What? A tribe of Moogles in the churning mists? Why didn't you say so earlier? If those Moogles are patrons of music like their forest-dwelling counterparts, they may well know the Ballad of Oblivion. Please, you must show me their village. I can. As for Gaidelat, 'twould seem he still requires time alone. But I dare say he'll come after us once he hears we're on the right track. Might I trouble you to leave a message with Mr. Silvio, informing Gaidelat of our destination? I shall await you at Annex Trine. Hey there, Silvio. It was but a matter of time before you found him. Lest you wonder, Gaidelat has been watching you and Sanson from afar. Several times did he come to ask what I'd been discussing with his friend. As we're about to head off, Moogles at the summit of some all. I was not aware of this, and I certainly would not discount the possibility that the legend may in fact refer to the creatures. Gaidelat, you should settle your differences with Sanson and go to the churning mists with your friends. Being stubborn is wearisome business, you know. Damn it, I want to, but... Pieter, you always seem to know what's best. Tell me, what should I do? Come with us. Yeah, you reckon I should go as well, eh? I'll think on it. So imagine going through the branches.
Such an imposing structure. Were Gaedlot here, doubtless be inspired to compose a song. From here on, I must rely upon you to lead the way. Let's ascend to the churning mists. Ascend, not abscond. All right.
Hey there, Samson. Careful, it's a long way down.
Such a magnificent view. I have no gift for verse. I must commit this scene to memory, that I might convey it all to Gildelet when next we meet. Now then, 'tis only meet we first present ourselves to the chieftain of the Margholm. Let us seek him out. This is the chieftain, yes. Such a presence.
The Ballad of Oblivion. I'd not expected to hear the name from you, Kupo. It's a terrible, terrible song. Hence it is forbidden amongst Moogle kind. Why, just earlier, I gave one of our bards a dressing down simply for asking about it. A young Magda. He's ever the inquisitive one. I hope he understands that I mean well. Lest you wonder, after being scolded, he flew off sulking and headed north to Magholm. That's Magda to the north, Kupo.
Peter, would you mind meeting up with me outside the village? Despite making much of the song's forbidden nature, it's clear the chieftain Moglen wanted us to meet the Moogle, who shared our interest in it. What his motives are I cannot say, but I can see no harm in seeking out the bard of which he spoke. 12 forbid, you have forgotten this, but his name is Mogda, who should be north of Mogholm.
Almost come up with the answer. Oh dear. Search for Magda some more. Over this way. Lost but not forgotten. Saint of Song. Oh my goodness. Pretty nice guy. Ah, the search for Magda continues. He's this way, probably.
Cannot seem to find the little creature. I was so certain the chieftain had intended us to seek him out.
I think I hear him.
Popo, please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as sweet and succulent as I look.
No fear, little one. I promise we won't hurt you. Might you be Magda by any chance?
You know my name? Who are you?
And we're the people looking for you for a bard.
You seek the Ballad of Oblivion? Well, I do believe we're looking for the same thing, Kupo. Recently, I learned about the existence of a potent song. Legend says it resounds through the heavens and destroys all. Curious to know more, I went to ask the chieftain about it, but he just told me off. It's beyond a single Moogle to ask. It's beyond a single Moogle to seek, he said. I need friends with me, whom I trust. Otherwise, it'd be far too dangerous. Unfortunately, I have no friends, Kupo.
Though we've only met, we serve a common objective. Might we not seek the Ballad of Oblivion together, as friends?
You would search with me? Oh, joy of joys. I have friends. Let's return to Magom at once and have the chieftain tell us all about the song, Kupo. That your hearts beat as one in this endeavor is plain to see. You are fit to look for the Ballad of Oblivion. Is what I would say, except you're still missing a little something. A small but vital piece. I can't quite put a paw on it, but your fellowship is incomplete without it, Kupo.
Guidelet, he's our missing piece. I believed he would come back, but it seems that I was wrong.
Didn't I see him wandering around here?
Is that true? You caught sight of Guidelet here in the churning mists?
Yeah, I totally did. This Guidelet fellow, does he love music, Kupo?
Aye, that he does. Like you, he's a bard, and he loves music with all of his heart.
Then it's settled. Once Guidelet joins us, we'll embark upon our journey. Our band will be all the merrier for his company. If he's nearby, we're bound to find him, Kupo. So please cheer up, Kupo. Until such time as your fellowship is whole, you may remain here as my guest, Kupo.
Kupo indeed. To Revenant's Toll we go. Peter Geltz has a theory for opening a chakra of the opposing aspect and is eager to put it to the test. Good tidings, brother. Ochaka has recovered. Together, we spoke with Professor Eric. With his help, we sought ways to open chakra of the opposing aspect, ways that require no dueling. Now, we have a theory. We'll test it in the western highlands of Corthius, near a place called Dragonspit. Ochaka has already left. Let us join her. All right. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Hey there, kitty. Hi, kitty. I gotta check that.
All right, let's continue. Yes, kitty. Me too.
Here, get on my lap. Chaka.
There you are, Peter. My thanks for coming. This site hosted a fierce battle.
So says Professor Eric. Much blood was spilled between knights and dragons. Makes for an ideal place for our test.
As you know, in order to open the chakra of an opposing aspect, one ordinarily has to find an individual trained with that aspect. However, it does not suit us to duel one another to the death. And so we theorized, instead of each other, what if disciples from each sect were to fight independent within close proximity? Influenced by their other presence, the aether that pervades the battleground may be tricked into opening an opposing chakra within each combatant. Without further ado, let us put this theory to the proof. Please seek out a lively opponent nearby, as formidable as you can manage, and fight them with all of your might. Bitterget and I shall do the same.
All right. Hey. Oh, come on. I'm gonna get my cat relaxed here. All right. Yes, kitty, I love you too, buddy. Happy cat is happy. I know, you're a happy cat. Happy cat is happy. Be on your guard, Peter. He is Fratia, leader of the sect of Shadow. He comes to take back Ochaka.
Take her? What an idiotic notion. She's a traitor to our sect. I'm here to silence her.
You will not allow it. You must defeat us first.
You're a disciple of the sect of light.
And one who surpasses Veldegert besides.
Aye.
That you have opened your seventh chakra is plain to my senses.
An idea occurs to me, a peaceful way to end this meeting. We need not fight one another, you and I.
Chaka, you're to slay Veldegert and open your seventh chakra.
Once you've accomplished this, return to me, and Zensa shall come to no harm.
As for you, adventurer,
if you will then swear to serve me, I shall release Zetsa and Chakra both. A fair trade, is it not? You need not answer right this moment. If you agree to these terms, come to the ruins south of Little Alamigo. I shall await you there. Think on it, but not over long, for I cannot guarantee there will be much of Zensa left to retrieve. Damn him. He's a son of a biscuit eater. I tried to fight him, and he was too strong, far stronger than I had imagined.
Such is the might that he who opened all 14 chakra, none alive can fight him on equal footing, not even Pieter.
One thing bothers me. The sect of light was destroyed, yet Haratia has opened all 14 chakra. How did he do this?
He was present at the massacre of the temple. He attacked and slew a priest of your sect, and in doing so opened the 7th chakra of light. If we, as we are, we cannot hope to defeat him. Alas, our test was a failure. My chakra did not open, and neither did yours. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
What am I to do? Oh, Zensa, I want to save you, but I cannot kill Wildegeld. I feel so powerless.
Rally, rally, Siscum Valley. You can do it.
Please forgive me my pitiful display. You are right, Pieter. I mustn't despair. Zensa and I used to be birds in a cage. Serving Haratia was the only life we knew. But all that changed when we met the two of you. You opened our eyes to a world of infinite possibilities. So much more is possible than I'd ever dreamed. And so I won't give up hope. There is a way to defeat Haratia, and we need to find it. We'll rescue Zensa without my raising a hand against Vertigoat, without your offering yourself as Haratia's thrall.
Sounds great.
There's time still. Let us return to Revenant's Toll. There we shall make a plan. Mm-hmm.
Teleportation.
Yay! Professor Eric has loaned us his tomes. Chia scours them for ways to open your final chakra. Perhaps she'll find something, perhaps not. Meanwhile, we must do what we can, hone our minds and our bodies for the battle to come.
Indeed. Time for Astrologian. Come rain or shine, your foundation. While your visit fills my heart with joy, Pieter, I cannot bring myself to smile knowing the Lady Leveva is troubled so. Though she should be spending these final days before the symposium, placing the final touches on her address at the vault, she instead spends her time wandering about the pillars in the daze, mumbling to herself about earth, wind, and water. I fear that Yakutsu's departure has left a gap in Lady Leveva's heart that she knows not how to fill. I've tried at length to set her mind at ease, but one need not be a reader of stars to guess how well that ended. Perhaps if you spoke with her, she would finally listen to reason.
Well, perhaps. I mean, probably not, but maybe. Hey there, Lord Leveva. What's up? You said there's something I could help you with, maybe? Pieter, to what do I owe the honor? No, let me guess. Our good friend Jeliquard asked you to talk some sense into poor addle-pated Leveva. That's exactly what happened. And oh, goody. Today I have the privilege of being lectured by both of you. Why, Lady Leveva and Pieter, imagine finding the two of you here this fair morning. Enough with the theatrics, Jan. I know your play here, and as I've told you time and again, I have not forgotten my duty to the Athenaeum or my obligations to the symposium. I simply need some time to think. Alone. To which I keep replying, why think alone when you have one of the greatest minds in your realm at your disposal, and also Pieter? The greatest minds, huh? Then riddle me this. Why are the results of my reading from that day, both Pieter and Kyoku arrived, still weighing on my mind? Why does it feel as if I am missing, or rather misinterpreting, some devilishly important detail? Peace comes, friends are made, dangerous paths are trodden, knowledge is gained. Did not that already occur? Kyoku and Pieter both arrive as the Dragon Song War ends. Pieter saves Kyoku from death at the Steel Vigil. Knowledge of geomancy is shared with the Athenium. Yes, but what if the coming destruction told by the averted spire was not the incident of the Citadel, but something else? Something far more grave. Then that would mean the prophecy's fruit of knowledge and hope was not Kyoku's stories of his art, but something different. Something we will only see by continuing on this perilous path. Is it truly the path that is disastrous, or a decision to pursue it? At the end of the path of disaster is hope. Exactly what I was thinking. Only through the avoidance of unseen peril will hope and knowledge be acquired. And I believe the disaster in question has something to do with Kyoku's return home and not the return itself. It will still mean that our friend is in danger. I see where you're going with this. And while I loved our red-robed ruckus rouser as much as anyone, excepting Ferrari perhaps, a journey of this time would mean the cancellation of the symposium without any chance of the Holy See ever taking us seriously. And now you can see why I've been up here all day and night biting my nails to the quick. I apologize. A lack of sleep can work ill on one's humors. But I think your intervention here today may have provided me a solution to our predicament. A solution that I am now kicking myself for not having come to earlier. A solution I myself proposed not days ago when deciding how I might attend Kyoku's opening of the Seventh Heaven. Pieter will travel to Hinigashi. The reading only did mention friends old and friends new. I cannot recall them there being the silver-haired astrologians from Charlayan. But how do you propose Pieter find our charge? The Far East is a big place. Perhaps we could write a letter. Yes, and address it to Kyoku, Hinigashi. No, you dullard. We have something far better. We have the stars, and our undying faith that they will guide us to what we seek. Pieter could start a search in Kagane, the port city from which Kyoku claimed he came, focusing on locations which serve as exceptional venues for stargazing, a pastime our friend warmed to during his stay with us. Or Pieter could... No, wait, that's actually a decent proposal. Pieter, you have your request. May the stars guide you true. Oh, and I expect reports. Many reports. Johnny, let us return to the
All right, maybe after a few bells rest.
All right. Very well, Pieter. Mm-hmm. All right, to Kagane. And whatever, we'll just head straight there. Yeah, wizened elder.
Pagani is packed like a warehouse for multi-storied hostels and tea houses, so the cobblers would never afford a decent view of the skies. Now, if you want to see the heavens in all their glory, you must needs make your way up. Take this bridge behind me. There, atop that mighty span, the stars await. She faces directly west of Pagani Castle, out toward the Ruby Tide and Arthur beyond. Its headed location was determined by a great geomancer, who told the first Bugyo placing it there would ensure the city's prosperity for generations to come.
All right.
My, what an alluring lady.
When I wish to walk amongst the stars, I go with my promise to the Sagare Bridge, spanning yon pier. The melting of crimson into indigo is a sight you would not soon forget. All right. Hey there, Earbuckle. If it's stars you seek, then you need only look up. But it is a fool you seek. One who calls himself a master of wind and water, when in fact he's nothing more than a cheat, a liar, and a disgrace to the whole noble profession. Then perhaps you might find a rat where all rats hide, near the piers. Something heroic this way comes. How fare you, Peter? As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Tsukiyomi? I can talk to you about Tsukiyomi. And what matter of triumphant tale do you have for me today? Well, Tsukiyomi, that was quite a tale. Tsukiyomi, Lady of the Moon, thus in the mortal form of Hyojutsu, vengeful daughter of the Nonuri, did this primal find a willing host. I heard stories of the Aiken Viceroy's merciless rule, yet none ever mentioned the terrible childhood she endured. The outward face of history surrenders little of the turmoil which rages beneath the surface. She had but one chance to be reborn, when to have that snatched away. And in the void left behind, her cruelty bloomed anew. Yes, this is all the markings of a tragic Tonka. What now? Oh, forgive me. Former classical Hindian poetry I was, but recently taught by the actors here. It goes without saying I've yet to master it, but I would thank you for not laughing at my fumbling attempt. Neath the half-moon's glow, white lily petals unfurl. Rooted in malice, the bloom drinks in the darkness, and is swallowed by the night. The flower Yasuya planted was doomed to last but a single evening before its petals are scattered. Mayhap she wished only for a pretty bloom to adorn her final resting place. I did not mean to excuse her atrocities. Very few of us are born villains. Circumstances conspired to break her spirit, even as she made her misguided choices. I only hope that in death, her soul has shed the maddening shackles of vengeance. Yumi's pain is now available. Oh, some heroic this way comes. How fare you, Peter? As ever, I'm seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Yakyo. Byakko, you say, as in Byakko the Four Lords. He and his comrades feature prominently in the tale of Tenzin, one of 3 great plays that are performed regularly in Yakyoza. That's right. It just so happens I know the story quite well. As a student of the fine arts, it was my duty to study it closely. I expect what you're about to tell me will be a most enlightening indeed. Oh yeah, it turned out they were actually just big old animals. Hidden beneath hell's lid, a sanctuary for some, a prison for one. You spoke with the auspices of Rising Temple,
and their leader was none other than Genbu of the Four Lords, a veritable character from the play come to life. Not that I would question the veracity of your account, of course. I'm merely comment on the incredible life you lead. And so it fell to you to quell a raging Amatama of the legendary auspice in battle. Oh, yeah. Other things. I would. I think you faced the legendary White Tiger in battle. Your Western Guardian, a bosom friend of the hero Tenzin. Yes, I feel a Tonka coming on. Remember bringing my Tonka toys. The Adam forsaken, seeking death and solitude, saved by fellowship, Snow White harbinger of doom, become living legend. Become beloved legend. That's what I was trying to say. You know, in the tale of Tenzin, Byaku was likened to a god of war with near limitless powers of destruction. Not to say that the Byaku you face was a weakling, but the picture you paint is of a rather less intimidating auspice, don't you think? The sort some might even be willing to cuddle, or at least reach out and rub his belly. But perhaps he's grown more reserved in his old age. Perhaps, in his troubled youth, he is more closely resembled his portrayal in the legends. Come to think of it, you're not altogether different, you and I. Yeah, you and him, I mean. Blessed, cursed, with exceptional powers, defined by them in the eyes of many, brave souls that rose to the occasion. Jade so extreme, accept. Now something heroic this way comes. How fare you, Peter? As ever, I'm seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Sayatsu. And so it fell to you to quell the raging Amatama of a legendary auspice in battle. Oh yeah, I did that several times, actually. Oh, Sayaku, Suzaku, an auspice whose fire of plumage is only eclipsed by a passion for a comrade, Tenzin. Yes, I feel a Tenka coming on. As the setting sun, the fire of my broken heart casts shadows of you. 1,000 years of moments we shared in a fleeting dream. No matter the culture of the era, tales of love and longing never cease to resonate within the soul, do they not? And in Suzaku's case, there's the added element of tragic irony. A being misjudged by all save one singular man. A man who could have saved if only he was wrong and the world right. A man whose fate she could have averted, had she then the tremendous power she had only later come to possess. And moving as the tale it is, I weep to know that every word of it's true. Hell's Cure Extreme, now accessible. Now something heroic this way comes. How fare you, Peter? As ever, I'm seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. There's Saryu. That's an interesting story. So it fell to you to quell a raging Amatama of a legendary auspice in battle. Oh yeah. I beat this other guy too. That he nearly succumbed to his primal rage willingly, out of the misguided desire to fulfill an ancient vow. Truly, this is the stuff of poetry. Worthy material for a magnificent Tonka. Tonka, Tonka, Tonka. Corruption embraced into my heart. Flow and fill, indigo river. Crimson blackened blood and ash, promises kept, vows fulfilled. I've heard many tales concerning Saryu before, but your experience calls much of what I assume true into question. Although his unrivaled powers as a sorcerer are to be expected, he is generally described as a massive, majestic dragon, rather unlike the serpentine being which you claim to have treated. In this tale of him in his youth, his fledgling auspice mistaken for a guardian kami, the sort of story one might expect as a cautionary parable, not a tragic and unfortunate truth. Not at all hard for me to imagine how he grew frustrated and angry following Tenzin's death. Not only was he deprived of a dear comrade, but he was robbed of a chance to fulfill a sacred vow. It's good you helped him reclaim himself, for a tortured soul such as his could have easily trod the same path as the mad Auspice Koryu. The Wreath of Snakes Extreme, now accessible. That dude is standing on a summoning bell, so I couldn't find it. Alright, up on the bridge we go. Whole airship. See, someone has taken my spot. I may have just split his throat and tossed his body to the tide. I am bumbling your arm, Peter. Or was it ear? You Westerners have such odd sayings. What brings you so far from home? Please don't pull on my ear. It's long enough as it is. Path fraught with disaster, misfortune, impending doom. Yes, well, the situation may not be as encouraging as my jovial demeanor suggests. Well, it began several decades ago when the Bakufu decided they were opening the port to foreign trade vessels. To accommodate the influx of ships, a section of ancient coastline was cleared. However, doing so angered the entity who had guarded the wood for countless generations, a golden fox named Kinko. A great battle ensued. Claws and fangs no match for cold steel. Kinko was slain, and the new port completed. The fox's spirit, however, remained, spoiling our milk, withering our crops, causing storms that dash ship after ship against our rocky cliffs. In desperation, the Bakufu turned to the land's most powerful geomancer, my great-grandfather, Kazan. Kazan used the power of the sea, the skies, and the land to soothe the spirit long enough that he could erect an invisible barrier that not only protected the city, but ensured that it would prosper. At once the fortunes of Kagane's citizens returned. My great-grandfather was hailed as a hero, and geomancy was the savior of our nation. Within a matter of moons, the streets were lined with stalls and tents of would-be seers, people practically throwing coin at them for their advice and blessings. These pretenders, these charlatans, were not interested in the sacred rites passed down to my great-grandfather, his great-grandfather, or his great-great-grandfather before him. They're not interested in maintaining the barrier that preserved Kagane's luster and drove back the powers that would see it fall. Now they're more interested in lining their pockets. And now the bonds that hold the barrier in place are about to break. And there's none left with the knowledge to mend them, the knowledge that died with the passing of my grandfather. And so I set out to convince the geomancers of Kagane that only united would we discover the means to save our fair city, that only united would we stave off the darkness and bring lasting prosperity to one and all, that only united would my great-grandfather's legacy live on. Alas, I failed. Branded a deceiver by those very men and women who had grown fat in deceit, unable to mend the bonds myself, nor rouse my peers to action, I stood on this very bridge and thought of an answer. Then I saw it in the setting sun. My answer lay in the west. And so I packed my bags and headed to Eorzea in search of something, anything, that would help me save Kagane. I believed that something, astrology, or before I could be certain, I was summoned home. This you already know. Since then I've been coming home every night, hoping the stars might provide me with another revelation. But they remain silent, Pieter. The heavens speak through you. Tell me, what do they say?
use astrology to restore the barrier.
That's brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of it. If there was one thing I learned here in Ishgard, is that Western astrology is in many ways a complement to geomancy. Used together, they might just work. After all, you need only use your aspect of benefit and you can mend any injury. Is that not so? No, really, I'm genuinely asking. The lesson explaining the finer details of the star's power and how to harass it was conveniently scheduled for the day after I returned home. But you know it all. Tell me you can help repair the barrier.
Well, yeah, we'll try that.
I did it. Great-grandfather, I found a way to make things right. Well then, we have no time to lose. My great-grandfather created this barrier by anchoring the energies of wind, water, and earth to 4 shrines located in the north, east, south, and west ends of the city. It is there the bonds must be repaired. We must begin with the nearby westerly shrine of the short pier. Huzzah! This is one of the shrines of which I spoke. It might not look like much, but if it were to be destroyed, the entire city would be overrun by large testicled raccoon dogs and flying rainbow cats, or possibly just angry spirits. The plan is simple, if I'm correct. Aspect of Benefect will intertwine with the barrier's geometric energies, mending it as easily as it does flesh. We shall wait until nightfall to perform the rite, for the last thing we need is a drunken Ronin breaking your concentration. Now let's do it. Check the shrine and tell me its condition. Aspect of Benefit of the weakened bond. There's intertwine the 2 halves of a whole. To the next shrine. Find it deep in Rikatsu Gardens, to the south of here. Just because I don't trust that we won't be stopped in some way. Oh my goodness, there's little spirits all over. Into the box. Sending as the first westerly bond. Focus on is required to seal. I won't be able to do this without feeding these guys first. Now, Peter, before more are summoned, as a badness episode, I should complete the ritual. In the heart of the mountain, to the eye of the storm, so the waters flow. Then the test the barrier strength of the eastern shrine. Supposed to assume Kiko knows what we do. Set our minions out to stay our hands. It's just too far from my side, if not for your safety, but for mine. you want me to lead or do you want to lead? Shrine, Easterly Shrine, I should say. Failed. Let's start the whole dang thing over again. The problem is, the jacket I have on is pretty crappy. But we'll make it work. She was trying to tell me its condition. Aspect to meditate on the weakened bond. Run into the eye of the storm. So the water flows where plastic bridges form. The next shrine will find a deep in the Raikutsu Gardens to the south of here. What you need to do is attune to the shrine to determine the extent of the bond's damage. Now, Peter, before more are summoned. Wasn't so bad. Now step aside and I shall complete the ritual. In the heart of the mountain, to the eye of the storm. So that the waters flow till lasting vision. That's it. That's half. That's right, the barrier will be at full strength before sunrise. Let's continue. Jesus spoke too soon. Kinko knows what we do. Sending her minions out in force to stop us. Trying to stay too far from myself, not for your safety, then for mine. What? I just need a better jacket on to do this. My jacket's too crappy. Alright, so let's solve that problem then. Magic. This looks like it wouldn't be very effective, but it's much, much better than what I had on before. All right. Quickly check the shrine and tell me its condition. It's okay. But you can twine like two halves of a whole.
the mountain. To the eye of the storm. See the waters form to flow to the lasting bridges form. The next shrine we'll find it in Rekatsu up here. Let's hurry and get that one done. Come on, Slowpoke. We gotta step the door. You know what to do. To do the shrine to determine the extent of the bond's damage. Now, Peter, 4 more are summoned. So that, now let's do the next step of the ritual. And the storm. The waters flow, the lasting bridges form. That's half. This rate, the barrier will be down to full strength before sunrise. Let us go. We're supposed to soon. Kinko knows what we do, and is sending her minions out to stop us. Not to stray too far from my side, if not for your safety, then for mine.
Okay, I need a better weapon. That's what I'm lacking. I'm not killing these things fast enough. They're twined two halves of a whole. Out of the mountain, to the eye of the storm. To the waters flow till lasting bridges form. The next shrine we'll find it deep in the Rakatsu Gardens to the south of here. Do it to the shrine to determine the extent of the bond's damage. Now, Peter, before more are summoned. When so bad, now step aside, I shall complete the ritual. In the heart of the mountain. To the eye of the storm. So to the lasting waters flow, till lasting bridges form. That's half. At this rate, the barrier will be at full strength before sunrise. Onward to Kagane Castle. Spoke too soon. Nico knows what we do. spirits to take them all down at once. Alright, Peter, let's put the shrine behind us and fear every moment we tarry, the stronger Ki goes, grip becomes. In my eyes, friend, I must concentrate now on the anchor for the heart of the mountain. The eye of the storm. So the waters flow to the rafting bridges for. But one shrine remaining. Okay. There's our last shrine. What horrors await us when we do this one, I wonder. Fury of the golden thoughts. Way of tossing into the dark. Doesn't hurt to try, does it? Look out! Easy until your magics have worked their way in here. With Kyoko, you can do this. Defy the storm. The waters flow till lasting bridges form. I did it. We repaired the great-grandfather's barrier. We've saved the town. Huzzah!
thwarted the golden box. All right. A fine display. Fine indeed. Though, if it were I might have used gravity instead of malefic if the vile creature had... Ah, right. I'll just be saying that tongue of mine again. Kyoku, I was told there were spirits in the streets. And you arrived just as they were vanquished. How fortunate. Yes, Master Murakumo. The bonds are mended, made whole by Western magics. And a little shoulder grease. Or was it knuckle grease? Pieter?
Western magics? And this Asian lord is...
None other. And wait until you see his reinforced bonds. The energies twist themselves together with ours like sun and moon, darkness and light. There is one master.
That's right to summon you home. Pardon my intrusion, traveler. I'm Murakumo, second pupil of the great Kazan, instructor of the great Kyoku.
Both Kagane is safe. I can now return to Ishkar to complete my training as an astrologian. Huzzah!
Absolutely not. While you've mended the weakest bonds for now, their ephemerality remains. Unless you expect your friend here to remain in Kagane for the remainder of his life, we'll need to find a more permanent solution. In other words, the bonds must be laid anew.
But you know as well as I the secret to laying these bonds died with my grandfather.
Not a day goes by I do not suffer the burden of my ineptitude. Had I shown promise in the art as your grandfather did, perhaps Kazan would have entrusted me with the knowledge as well. But he did not, and now they're both gone. We can lament that which we cannot change, or we can put aside our past failures and seek the path which leads us forward.
Master's right. Perhaps there's something in my grandfather's tomes, or perhaps I may find a way to win over the other geomancers to our cause. There's always hope, is there not? If anything, you're giving us time to search for an answer, and for that I am grateful. The city would be as well, if they knew that you had saved them from an army of angry wraiths looking to devour their souls and defecate their bones straight to the darkest of hells.
In his haste to find a difficult answer, he looks past the simple one right before his eyes. If I may take Kagargo time to realize it, but you are the hope of which we seek. In time, you'll come to see it as well.
Thank you, sir. Head back to the Ruby Bazaar and hopefully find this guy in this corner. Kyokuno. So I guess this is farewell, unless that is you're staying. I need to for a bit. You're staying. He's staying, master. He's staying. Boy, change your mind. No, don't tell me. Knowing that you'll be here with me and Master Murakumo is enough. I was beginning to worry what I would do the next time the city was invaded by Kinko's minions. The master will barely make his way out of the privy each morning, let alone blood-blessed inspectors. Now that you mention it, that all reminds me of that reading Lady Leveva conducted the morning I arrived at the observatory. Something about friendly paths lined with dangerous fruit bushes winding their way to home. Could the stars truly have predicted all this? If so, I'm impressed. I'll need to think more on the issue. Until then, might I suggest you continue the refinement of your art here at Sinikingashi. You'll find our beast just as formidable as yours in the West, if not doubly so. Alright, I'm going to try one more time on this jumping puzzle, and I'm just going to give up on it. know I said one more time. I'm going to try twice more. I'm so freaking close. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to be able to do that. All right. So next is botanist. To the chrysanthemum. Keshire.
Ah, there you are, my friend. You'll be pleased to hear that Mao has finished his analysis.
I am pleased to hear that.
As we had first assumed, the peculiar specimen you recovered comes from no beast we're familiar with. While we don't have any conclusive evidence of the identity of its owner, we're certain that it's a tremendously large creature, a creature not unlike the Samil. There's just one problem. By the time you found the claw fragment, it had already lain there for several moons, which means its owner has likely left Almarang, and the trail is cold. But do not be disheartened. We've practically established the Samil's existence, and that is a Samil-sized step in our quest. Moreover, we are promising new information. It comes from a sentry at the Ancestor Gate. According to the fellow, he was out on patrol a few nights ago when he felt a rhythmic tremor. He rounded up his comrades, and they set out to investigate. And what should they find but nothing at all? Not even a lone field mouse. It's just an oddly muggy gust of the wind. Unnerved by the strangeness of it all, the sentries decided to beat a hasty retreat. Do you smell that, Pieter? The glorious stench of the Samil, right here in Lakeland. Time is of the essence for me to track it down. To that end, I want you to take yourself to the Thirstless shore and look for more evidence of the creature. Not any sort of evidence this time, mind you, but its droppings. Though the fresher the better.
Really?
I know, Pieter, I know. But it's for good cause. A steaming, fly-ridden pile of excrement is a veritable repository of knowledge. We just need to be willing to go elbow deep to extract it. So please, gather as much of that brown pungent stuff as you can.
I mean, sure, I guess.
I knew I could depend on you. I await your return with bated breath, lest the stench make me queasy.
Stirring delivery commenced. Trim deliveries listed for Kishare have been updated.
There's much to be learned from the animal's droppings, from its identity and diet to its physical condition. Would that I could be analyzing myself, but I wouldn't dream of depriving Yelana of the joy of having one's nose in feces, nor you the joy of looking for it. Off to the Thirstless shore you go, Pieter.
I have no animal droppings? I could swear I had animal droppings. There they are.
There's much to be learned from the animal's droppings, from its identity to diet to its physical condition. Would that I could be analyzing it myself, but I would not deprive this lady of her opportunity to be nose deep in droppings. You'll have to go far to find fresher, plumper droppings. Thank you for these beauties, my friend. I shall see them to Yelana's hands while they are still steaming.
15, so I need 13 more animal droppings. And then we'll go over here. Carpenter, leatherworker, or weaver. So, leatherworker it is. Oh, Pietro, how good it is to see you. Give me just a moment to clean up. There we go. We're in the midst of analyzing the leftover bits of material we've crafted. Bloop. Aside from the record keeping, I also excel in analysis. Impressive, yes? Besides, because restoration draws upon techniques from multiple fields, it's important to understand how certain materials and chemicals react with one another. Over the years, I've handled a fair share of materials, and I can honestly say that yours are a cut out of the rest. There's no greater proof than the superior final products they produce. I consider myself truly blessed to be from you. Excellent. So playing without the floated rust ball, I see. Loot loot. Visitor identified as Oswald of the Facet of Crafting. Loot loot. What is a rust ball? Why don't you make yourself useful for a change? After all this time ignoring me, this is the only word you have? And we're not playing around, I'll have you know. We're serving many clients already, and there's bound to be more folk out there who've cherished items they want restored. They simply don't know who to ask for help. What's more, we have a veteran artisan on board now, who prepares the materials we need, Pietro here. His skills are at least the equal of Master Herrick. Skills are no, it's nothing but a waste of precious resources. You'll do well to open your eyes to reality around you. Rust ball, cute. That was all well. It might not seem so from that exchange, but we used to be close. We both lost our parents at a tender age, you'll see, and a man named Herrick took us in as his apprentices. Master Herrick was a restorer, and it was he who inspired me to become one too. When I was little, I had a doll. It was a memento of my late mother, and I treasured it like life itself. But what was it apart? Back then, we suffered from far worse shortages than we do now. Everyone at the means struggled to do their work with limited resources, and no one spared a broken toy. One saved Master Herrick. He took me crying alone, clutching my doll. He found me and said, "No need for tears," kindly. And he took the doll and made it as good as new again. There's much more items in the Crystarium, Pietro. Items that serve no practical purpose. And they won't serve us anymore. They won't help us survive. Yep, me and the world to someone. I wouldn't have found a place among the refugees' possessions otherwise. They're irreplaceable treasures, and I can't bear to watch them crumble away. And Master Herrick mended my doll, so I would mend the ties of others. In many ways, you remind me of Master Herrick. Not only are you capable, you're kind and dependable. It's a pleasure working with you, and I hope that our partnership continues for some time. Me too. Oh, and thanks for all singing your praises. We'll be seeing your restoration requests. While most are straightforward enough for me to handle alone, I have a task here that promises to be quite challenging. For this, I hope to rely on your crafting expertise. Yeah, you can count on me. The client is an elderly Duran lady. She's apparently descended from Berlin nobility. The item to be restored is an antique Berlin-Vadite jewelry box, formerly occupying the land, now known as Ilmeg. The kingdom was destroyed by sin-eaters following the flood. The rule affected the nation ceased to exist a century ago. It's difficult to source the material. In particular, we're struggling to procure suitable fabric from the upholstery. That is what I would ask you to prepare. My thanks in advance, Pietro. Prepare delivery. How about upholstery fabric coming along? Let me know when it's ready. Upholstery repair materials. Wait, I need 6, right? Yep, 6 upholstery repair materials.
Okay. Miracle apple lumber. Iridescent. Not soil. Silk. And then one. Green gliders. Leather. Okay. Culinary and we'll talk to Bethrick. His recovery is proceeding at pace, but there's still a matter of... Peter, what a pleasant surprise. I'm just about to go and check on Skip, as well as administer another dose of your medicine. Care to join me? Sure. The worst is past, but he still has trouble eating on his own. Until he shows further improvement, I've decided to keep him on a mostly liquid diet. Needless to say, we've kept him well hydrated in his flavorful fare, and our flavorful fare, such as it is, has somehow managed to keep up his appetite. Your wounds are healing quite nicely, Skip. Still, he needs lots of rest. I'd feel better once he's regained the strength to walk. Though it still beggars belief he's even here, an honest-to-God's Beirut skipper. Even assuming some few escaped the flood all those years ago, their domestication should have left them ill-suited to survive in the wild. Obviously, Skip is proof to the contrary, but it begs the question. If they found sanctuary here in Nevrut, why would he leave? Was it curiosity of people that led you to Lakeland? Only imagine your horror when you realized the poacher's intentions. But enough fretting. Skip is safe now, and there's still much to be done to ensure swift recovery. So we've met talking ones of these. I must thank you again for that antidote. It proved surprisingly effective, despite how little we knew of his breed. And there have been no side effects in its usage. However, because Skip has needed so much rest, it may be that much harder for him to regain his physical strength. Do you think it possible you could prepare dietary supplements for him? Something easy on the stomach, but high in nutrition to help restore stamina. Oh yeah, I got that. No problem. Truly, you're a saint. I'll leave you to your work, then. Time delivery commenced. Game lift has been updated. List, not lift. The sooner we get Skip up and about, the better. We're counting on you for that supplement. Nutrient-rich porridge. 6, yep. Okay. Green beet sugar. Pure Albanian flour. Step milk. Raisins. Cool. Okay. Trying to get a sense of what I have and what I need. I think... Oh. Definitely attack the summoning bell.
Oh, my adorable sapling. You have need of Smoker the gamey cat, yes. Let's sing the word, and your beautiful brands will do what they can. Step milk. Okay. Banyan flour. And beet sugar. Got iridescent silk cocoons. Some green for lighter leather. And effervescent water, I believe. Then grab the yellow alum case. Pure banyan flour. Yep. Okay. Very well, I shall slip quietly from the happy dreams. May your leaf flutter float and find your way back to you. Alright. That's not what I need there just yet. Alright, I need a lot more iridescent silk. More green divider leathers.
2 more there, I guess, in silk. So 5 green gather leathers. Right there. Straight up. Problem solved. Miracle apple lumber I can go collect. Miracle apple lumber. Let's check. Okay, 4 miracle apple logs. The rest are good on that. Okay. Green beet sugar. Grab that in flour and step milk. Sugar. Garden. I only need 1 garbodian flower, so I've already got all of that I need. Okay. So what else? So 5 garden beets. Per beet sugar. So 30 garden beets. Step milk. Okay, that's solved. Raisins. Like out of lowland grapes. There's no way I still have raisins. Or lowland grapes, is there? There's no way. Lowland grapes, 1 per raisin. Okay. $500 or lowland grapes. Or 90. Oh my gosh, I have so many raisins, so many more than I meant to get. Oops. We're fine. So I need the garden beet sugar. So I need 5 garden beets. Five makes 3. So I need 10. Okay, and where are my garden beets? Where can those be found? They'll make the rolling way. American apple logs can be found. Where? Elmeg, Church of Roman Field. Okay. To Ilmeg, then. Okay, so... the rolling way. So because this is requiring me to go to Ilmeg, I bet that guy's going to talk once we get the stuff. Okay, so garden beets. I'm gonna need 10 garden beets, right? Way more than 10. Grab some iridescent cartoons, because I mean, why not? So I need 24. Just pick up 4. So I need a lot more than what I just picked up. And get 24. XCOM numbers here. else we need. Okay. Adventure. I hope I'm not making 3 times as much of this as I need. It's entirely possible that I am. Okay, that's all that I should need. Four more. Two more. I know, Birdie. Taking too long to do all this crafting stuff.
13 more animal droppings. Forest of the Lost Shepherd. It was around the O. On the way there, though, let's grab this thingy. Beautiful music. Peppermint. Nope. Keep trying. If I get to the O, I will get an accurate reading of kind of where the next thing is. O of. Whew. It's 15 total. Of 6, I need 15. Area. This time, and we can act on some of the stuff that I need to get done. All side quests this morning. Culinarian to turn stuff on. Got it.
The sooner we get Skip up and about, the better. We're counting on you for that supplement.
Excellent.
Wonderfully done, Peter. Well, I'm tempted to sample this myself. In fact, I think I will. Oh, my word, this is absolutely delicious. And no doubt full of bursting with nutrients. Yes, yes, this will do nicely.
Happily accept the delivery. Lever up.
This is more than enough to see Skip back to his feet. Thank you. He'll be pleasantly surprised, I'm sure. More so if you should take the time to pay him a visit. Oh, Skip. Whenever I look at him, I'm reminded of my youth. Despite my appearance now, I was rather foolhardy in my day. What a time that was. Diving headlong into the thick of battle, axe in hand, astride my faithful Amaro. Every job was carried out to the letter, and by any means necessary. There was nothing I wouldn't do for a bit of coin. The headsman, they used to call me. That's all in the past. I'm a veterinarian, motivated not by coin, but by love of Amaro. And as a fellow enthusiast, I hope I can turn to you again in the future, should I have need of assistance. Oh, yeah, sure. Start and delivery complete. Got a ton of crafter scripts. Stream level increased. I'm now an Amaro lover. He's back on his feet. Awesome. This request will be available upon reaching level 75 as a culinary. I'm almost there.
There's much to be learned from an animal's droppings, from its identity to diet to physical condition. Oh, would that I could do that analyzing myself, but I would not dream of depriving the alliance of the joy of having having one's nose in feces. Nor you the joy of looking for it. Off to the furthest shore you go, Pietro.
Turn all of it in.
My, you'll have to go far to find fresher, plumper droppings. Oh, thank you for these beauties, my friend. I shall see them to Yelana's hands while they're still steaming. Peter, it'll sadden you to hear this. We've no further need of droppings. Even as we speak, Yelana is compiling the result of her preliminary analysis. Let's pay her a visit, shall we?
Excellent timing, Chief. I'm ready to present my results. Pieta, I was not expecting you too. Don't tell me the Chief has roped you into her obsession.
Yes, she has.
Chief, I thought I told you not to make a burden yourself to other people. Remember, Pieta, you don't have to do this. You can stop whenever you like. The Chief is oblivious to the discomfort of others. You'll have to make it crystal clear when you've had enough, else oblivious she will remain. Right, the results. Through our preliminary analysis of the excrement, I've established it belongs to no beast that we have in our records. There are traces of the shoots of Lakeland's tallest trees, suggesting that the creature possesses a towering stature. That's all we have for now. I will conduct a deeper analysis in order to learn of the creature's behavior.
Well, you're certainly ready and willing when it comes to Pieta. Excuse me if I'm a little jealous.
And you'll excuse me if I'm not wholly fond of those who want to make a nuisance of themselves. Besides, if there's a creature out there that's unknown to us, it's our duty to shed light upon it.
Oh, you're finally having some fun, are we? I knew you'd come around.
Well, that's not exactly my motivation. At any rate, I'll be in touch again with the desired results. Peter, I'm sure the Chief will pass the information to you before proceeding to send you off on another errand.
Precisely. Until then, my friend, do keep your gathering skills sharp. We will have need of them.
All right. Return delivery complete. 600 white gathering scripts. Delivered requested items. Hooray! Steam level increased. I said the chaser of the Sunny. This request will be available from Kishin Ray upon reaching level 75 as a miner or botanist. The Giving Land.
How's that upholstery fabric coming?
Sorry, how's that upholstery fabric coming along? Let me know when it's ready. Oh, it's totally ready. I got it right here. Oh my, the quality is amazing. Could be considered a work of art in its own right. Well, this I'm confident that we can do an excellent job with the jewelry box. 3 days later. It's tough, huh? I could curl up right here and fall asleep. But first things first, I'm pleased to say the jewelry box has been restored to its former glory. I'm especially pleased with how the trimmings turned out. They're as beautifully vibrant as the day they were made, and then it's thanks to the quality of the materials you supplied. Now then, I'll see this delivered to our client. If you can linger a while, I'll return soon with word of her impressions. She does a fantastic impression of a very old man. Pieter, this is Rosaline, our client. She is so pleased with the jewelry box. She wanted to come and thank you herself. Just a second. Leona tells me your contribution was instrumental to its restoration. For that, I offer you my heartfelt gratitude. My daughter, she'll wed soon, you see. The jewelry box is to be my gift for her on a special day. Oh my, such joyous news. Our congratulations. With my husband no longer with us, life has been hard. There's nothing grand I can offer my daughter. Yet humble though it is, the box holds special meaning to our family. It's been with us since our ancestors fled Volbert. While most of them sought refuge in Ilmore, my great-grandmother and her husband chose to begin anew at the Crystarium. The box came with her, laden with the memories of her lost home. It was passed down to my grandmother, then to my mother, and then eventually to me. It's a treasured heirloom. Our connection is a time long past, and we've taken care of it as best we could. Alas, the years inevitably began to tell on it. Now the time has come for me to pass the box on to my daughter, but its condition was such that I was embarrassed to do so. Thanks to you and Fiona, however, I can pass it on proudly. No words will suffice to express my gratitude. I'm forever in your debt. I'm glad to hear it. Such a special connection to have with your family and homeland. An orphan like me can only dream. I'd love to visit our homeland someday. Will you promise to take me there? If I can. I'm merely jesting. No need to look so troubled. Bleep. I too have a homeland. Glory be to Alag. Long may she endure. Yeah, sure. What was that look about? Crystarium delivery complete. And now 720 Whitecrafter scripts. I delivered the requested items. The steam level increased. I'm now a restorer of cherished memories. Theona is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a restorer of cherished memories. Excellent. This request will be available upon reaching level 75 as a carpenter, leather worker, or weaver. Oh man, there's nothing about blood salad that doesn't sound appetizing. Oh, my adorable sapling. Ever need a Smokey the Gamer Cat? Yes. Sing the word and let your beautiful branch do what only they can do. Complete. Carried by the wind, the leaf flutters to the ground, and so does Smokey the Gamer Cat return to your side. Was the journey a fruitful one? From verdant green to glittering gold, so does the leaf take on delightful hues with each new season. If you'd like to see Smokey the Gamer Cat dressed in new colors, a beautiful branch will attend to the task. Okay. They'll send another adventure. More botany exploration.
A whispered word, and off goes Smokey the Gamercat on a grand adventure. What wonders await on journey's end? No more need of Smokey the Gamercat. So be it. I shall steal quietly from your loyal servant's dreams. I don't need to talk to Happy Oaf, though. Oh, my adorable sapling. You have need of Happy Oaf, yes. But sing the word and let your beautiful branch do it that only they can. Let's see the report. To complete. Carried by the wind, the leaf flutters to the ground, and so does Happy Oaf return to your side. Was that journey a fruitful one? Let's check the gear. The whispered word, and off goes Happy Oaf on a grand adventure. What wonders await at journey's end? I think that's good for now. No more need of Happy Oaf. So be it. I shall steal quietly from your loyal servant's dreams. Yeah, I don't want any of that. I want gear. That. I have all of that. So nothing else needed there. Okay. In that case. Music. I have plenty of those. I don't need that. I'll grab on high. And afterglow. And harmony. That's plenty of stuff. For now, anyway. Okay, can't use any of that just yet. In that case, let's do botanist for a bit. Gear first. Really all I left. Yeah. Alright, can't do any of that yet. What else? Music, furnishings, etc. Yeah, that's crap.
don't have enough for the chocobo raincoat. Well, that's a problem. Definitely need us all that. Alright. Beet, flour, wheat, peppermints, garden beet sugar, maple lumber, ash lumber, elm lumber, yule lumber, walnut lumber, oak lumber, miracle apple log, branch, red essence silk thread and cocoon, grider leather, the zoe horn, effervescence, yellow almond, tomato salad, mushroom saute, raisins, step milk, plum, and that's it. Do I have anything that I can't actually sell? Nope. Okay, good. Very well, I shall slip quietly to Happy Old Stream, or from Happy Old Streams, barely flutter, float, and make its way back to you. Okay. Now is that everything there? I think so. So with all of that... Uh-oh. I'm gonna put some clothes on. Well, we definitely need some better gear than what we have at the moment. Okay, well, let's mend stuff, shall we? Next is carrying on. Hey there, Sylvan. Greetings and welcome to the Cretaries. How may we have serviced you today? I'm trying to ask us for some fairies. The young girl had been orphaned in Fort Job, you say. That is tragic indeed. Worry not. A room just opened up earlier today. I'll reserve it for Miss Kalia straight away. Your timing is most fortunate. Ever since the raid on Holminster Switch, refugees have been pouring in day after day, and our rooms can only hold so many. But do not worry. We'll do everything we can for your young acquaintance. There are others here who have suffered similar tragedies and can doubtless sympathize with her plight. She will be among friends. Needless to say, I and the rest of the staff will also watch over her closely and see to her needs until such time as she is acclimated to the life here in the Crystarium. Tell her to come in safely. And we will look forward to welcoming her to our halls. Alright, the fort job, let's go. Hey there, Kalia.
Welcome back, Peter. I cannot thank you enough for all you've done for me. I very much look forward to settling into my new home at the Crystarium. And yet, I fear there's been something of a complication. Uncle Neilton and I have all but finished packing my things when... forgive me a moment. I must collect my thoughts. My apologies, Peter. I fear we have a bit of a situation on our hands. While you were away, kindly making arrangements for me at the Crystarium, a young man was rushed here with the most horrific symptoms.
Aye, one of the new recruits here at Fort's job. Nasty fiend got him. One of those damn tree men. Got him bad. As his brother-in-arms tell it, he was lucky to survive. Sadly, he won't be surviving much longer in his current state. See, the beast had nicked him, nasty venom in his claws. The way the poor boy's convulsing, it probably spreading through his body even as we speak. He's resting in bed for now, but we don't do something soon.
Searching through Father's belongings, I found a book containing recipes for a wide variety of antidotes. The instructions seemed clear enough. I'm quite confident I could mix up one, provided I had the proper ingredients. Unfortunately, that's easier said than done. The most vital ingredient is a swab of the original poison with which the man was stricken. And furthermore, the medicine must be mixed immediately after obtaining the sample, while the venom is still fresh. We know precisely what type of beast did it, more than plentiful in these parts. We'd not have to travel far to procure the poison, provided we had someone with the strength to fell the fiend. The soldiers here have been so kind to my father and me, I simply cannot let them down in time of need. Oh, Peter, I beg of you, will you help me?
Sure. You can count on O'Neill then, too, my girl. I'm no slouch in battle, after all, or have you forgotten?
Well, thank you, Uncle Nielsen, but no. You must stay here with our patient. Make sure that he has water to drink, and tell him I will return shortly with the antidote.
I understand. Watch yourself out there, Kalia.
All right, Peter, we've no time to lose. The creatures we seek lurk in the woodlands just west of the fort. I'll meet you there. All right.
Quest accepted.
Good thing I could fly in this area. I couldn't remember if I could or not. That's one way to find out. Here we are, Peter. See those ghastly living trees? They're the fiends that poisoned our poor soldier. Here's a file you may use to collect the sample. Father's records made it clear the venom is quick to break down. If too much time passes, I'll have to ask you to collect a fresh sample. Also, be warned, these beasts are not likely to part with their venom willingly. Like as not, you have to weaken them somewhat before they allow you to get close enough to do the deed. Be safe, Peter. I'll stand by here and prepare the rest of the ingredients. Obtain the poisonous sap. I was like, wait, there's no vial. Peter, is that what I think it is?
Sure is.
Perfect. Yes, I do believe it's exactly what I need to mix up the antidote.
That's great.
This shouldn't take long. Keep a lookout and make sure no nasty fiends sneak up on us. That should do it. Quickly now. We must hurry back to the fort while the boy still draws breath. The only if her patient could the medicine may attract unwanted attention. It'd be wise to go after her. That'd be Draco. Beautiful wing attack. Lovely cleavage. You alright? Peter, thank you. I was not looking, I was not thinking. Before I knew it, the beast was upon me. Fortunately, I'm unhurt. The medicine is safe. It's a miracle. No, it was you, Peter. I shudder to think what would have happened if you had not rushed to my side as you did. But my foolishness has already cost too much time. Come, we must hurry back to Fort Job before it's too late. What's up, Melvin? Give me good news.
Good to see you back in one piece, friend. Kalia's inside tending to the boy. I reckon we should leave her alone till the job is done.
Sure. Beast Herb Quest? The treatment's complete. The poison has been flushed from his system, though it'll take some time to regain his strength. The man will live. My hair? I simply tied it back, the way my father always did when he was working. He'd always say he wanted nothing to block his field of vision when examining his patients.
Wicked white. If you ain't the spitting image of him. And mind you, I ain't just talking about your looks.
Why, whatever do you mean, Uncle Neilton?
Well, the fire burning in your eyes. The way you couldn't think of nothing but the poor boy who needed your help. The way you didn't hesitate to fling yourself into harm's way for his sake. I swear, it's if your whole family's determined to send old Uncle Nielsen to an early grave out of sheer fright. Like father, like daughter, for better or for worse.
It is possible that I resemble father more than in thought.
Aye, girl, aye. And not just your own father, but his father before him. You never met him, but I did. And I can say it for certain. You come from a long line of folks with more compassion than sense. Cofish's father wasn't a healer, but a soldier. One of the first members of the Crystarium Guard. Time and again, he put his life on the line here at Fort Job to keep those who were building the city safe. To Kofish and I, he was a hero. And so we swore a vow one day that we'd follow in his footsteps and protect the people of this land from danger. That's how I came to join the Guard. Kofish, on the other hand, was never one much for fighting. He struggled with his at first, but eventually he was able to find a calling of his own. And whatever he lacked in brute strength, he more than made up for with his courage. Courage that I see is alive and well in his daughter.
Courage indeed.
Wouldn't you agree, Peter? You ain't no stranger to acts of risking your life for the sake of others, after all. Come now, Uncle Neely's no fool. Don't think I haven't heard from my fellow guards about your rescue mission with Captain Lena during the guard raid on Hallminster. Rushing into a den of sin eaters just to save the poor villagers. That's a selfless act of courage and self-sacrifice if I've ever heard of one.
Is it true, Peter, that you risked your very life to save the people of Holminster? But they were strangers to you, yes? How? How is it you're able to put yourself in peril for the sake of total strangers?
I could not stand back and do nothing.
I see, and so you did what you felt you had to do. Thanks to you, it's finally clear to me. I know what I must do. Peter, Uncle Neilden, pray send word to the Crystarium. I will not be needing a room. I intend to stay here, at Fort Job, and carry on Father's legacy. I know this is a dangerous place, and my own skills pale in comparison to his, and yet there's no one else better prepared and equipped to tend to these people. I would do what I can, what I must. Father left behind a wealth of knowledge. If I studied diligently and worked to hone my skills, then one day, perhaps, I might be the healer he once was.
Aye, my girl, I reckon you just might. No one can say what tomorrow will bring, and yet this I know. You've already done your father proud. If only that stubborn bastard could have been here to see this day.
Thank you for always believing in me. But my journey to follow in Father's footsteps has only just begun.
That's the spirit, girl. Remember, you didn't walk the path alone. If you're ever finding yourself overwhelmed by it all, you can always give Uncle Neil Lee a shout.
Thank you, my friend. I will. And you, Peter, I was but a stranger to you, and yet you've shown me more kindness than anyone. Your selflessness has inspired me to find something deep within me that, were it not for you, I never would have known was there. I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Anytime.
And a silver piece. Quest complete. Manic Pixie Dream Realm. That's just so funny.
It's raining here.
Peter, I presume. I've been expecting you. You should know that it's quite risky for a mortal to enter the Garden of Dreams while wide awake. They may not be able to fall asleep ever again. That could be interesting too, I suppose. Anyway, by order of Tierbake, one of the esteemed founders of Lane Meg, I bid you welcome.
So this is the world of dreams, huh?
Welcome, Peter, welcome. You stand within an illusory space created by our magics. Normally it's filled with fun things, but it's been empty like this since the gates were sealed off. The gates lead to the dreams of mortals in various regions of Norvort, you see. They allow us to interact with dreams, to shape them, and rollick in them. Mr. Magic hands all over the gates, the work of Anlad, I should not doubt. So it seems. Wait, how'd you get in here?
Why, Thorn So showed me in, of course. Even if I weren't your distinguished guest, my cuteness, doubtless, would have won them over.
I'm not nearly as cute as you think you are, but all right. You can stay. Now, where was I? Right. With that little girl freed from her nightmares,
I sense that the magic over the gates has weakened. Well, slightly, but surely. This is because Anne Ladd has lost interest in the girl, I'm sure of it. We should be able to open one of the gates again, the one leading to Lakeland.
Mm-hmm. I grasp the situation now, but I dare say our mortal friend is confused. Permit me to summarize it all for his benefit. Anne Ladd has identified mortals across Norvat who strongly share their torment, and planted nightmares in them. In order to prevent interference, they sealed off the gates to the locales beyond. These mortals, under Aled's hold, have spread their influence to those around them, giving rise to the phenomenon of mass nightmares.
Mixes do things for fun, and lads seem different.
It is indeed quite a mystery. Indeed, knowing Anne Ladd's motivation will be key to our efforts. Rest assured I shall continue sniffing about for answers.
All right, that's enough talking. Let's do something fun for a change. Peter, I'm going to lend you my power. What I want you to do is stand before a gate yonder and reach out to it, while holding an image of Lakeland in your mind. All right. This one looks good. Made it nice. Huzzah! With that, we've reopened the first gate. We only have a few dream bubbles, though, so we can't handle much here yet. The bubbles hold the memories of mortals' fun and happy dreams. They're used to fill our garden with all sorts of delightful things. We could never have enough of them. On that note, we could still use your help, Pieter. We went through a lot to reopen the gate. Just have to make sure it stays opened. Sure. By freeing the little girl and Sullen from her nightmares, you and yours have reclaimed the dreams of those in Lakeland. Terbeck appears eager to restore Le Mig to its former fun-filled glory, and for this they require your aid. Right, let's continue this back outside. I'll arrange it so you can always return here. Just let the soul know whenever you want to come and go. Let the space think of the possibilities. Oh, you're leaving already. You ought to stay and play a little while longer. Yeah, actually, I'll go outside and talk and figure it out here. Get out your bick. Well, there you have it, Peter. Le Mig. It's a bit bare at the moment, I know, but we'll collect more dream bubbles and we'll fill the place with fun things again.
What of the gates of the other regions? Shouldn't we try to reopen them as well?
Oh, we should and we will. But first, we need to focus on the one that's already open. As it stands, Lakeland's still vulnerable to Alad's influence. In order to keep them and their nightmares away,
And just keep the mortals happy. And fill in the region with fun, lots of fun things. Fun dreams. And so you see, Peter, won't you try helping us so the mortals and pixies can have a place to play together? So, thank you, Peter. Rest assured I wouldn't dream of playing tricks on you. After all, I'm a good titanium-fearing pixie. Without further ado, then, let's get back to work bringing smiles to the people of Lakeland. For your part, I want you to go gather lots of dream materials, items that we need, that we can enchant and use to rebuild Meg. Lakeland is home to many lonely orphans, so objects that would alleviate loneliness would be ideal. My thanks in advance, Peter.
All right, sure. I, too, shall continue my investigation. This Poxy will not hover idly by while stomach-churning nightmares plague the land.
Porksy. Dream Spinner Tribal Quest unlocked. Reputation increased to friendly. Achieved friendly reputation with the Dream Spinners. Pixie Tribal Quests are now available from Uing Li and Yuan Ran. Furthermore, you may now purchase wares from Jewel Ul.
Oh, how I tire of these same old toys of mine. If only I had something new and exciting to play with. Oh, the wondrous dreams I could spin. What are those precious little treasures that the most vixen pixies over by Bookman's shelves have found? The ones they had the nerve to hoard all for themselves. Oh, what sort of trinkets are they, you ask? How am I supposed to know? They won't so much as let me look at them. Yes. Yes, indeed. Maybe if you, my favourite mortal, would ask nicely, with a pretty please, they might oblige. Yes, I do believe they might. Yeah, speak our tongue quite well, yes. I need to tell them how jumpingly cute they are, and I'm sure they'll be singing a different tune in no time at all. Then once you have their treasures, you just trot them back here to me, and everything's happy, yes? Oh, but which of them was my favourite? It's the one that tried to sneak me out and pluck me wings. The one that was just so cute when he confessed his love to me, I simply had to keep him by my side forever today. You've seen my collection of lovely little leafmen, have you not? Oh, it's basking blithely in the light of the sun, sprouting new fronds here and there and everywhere. I don't mind to give him a little trim from time to time, but pointy objects too prickly and perilous for my liking, don't you know? But you're my favourite mortal. You don't seem the type of bright maids and cheer, do you? Why don't you go run along and give my four-rating friend a little trim? And don't forget to bring back some of their lovely little leaves. Children in the Garden of Dreams do so much love to pile up and jump inside. Well, if it isn't my favourite mortal, and don't you know why you're my favourite? Why, it's because you haven't shown up precisely when I need something done. Like now, for example. You see, I've asked the No-Mo crafter to craft me a delightful new toy to bring me to the children of their dreams. And I promised I'd repay them with something very, very special. An Archivore tail, to be precise. Have you ever seen an Archivore tail? Oh, you can smell them and sip from them. And they have the taste and aroma of sweet, sweet honey. A bit too sweet for my liking, to tell the truth. But No-Mo just can't seem to get enough of them. But there's a bit of a rub. The sweetest of the sweet Archivores can only be found distressingly close to the stamping grounds of those oh-so nasty fouls. Just imagining them gripping by those slimy, slippery, slubbery hands makes me... Eek. Oh, why did you make me think of such unpleasant thoughts? Must penance, I demand you go forth and fetch the Archivore tail that I seek. And if you see any fourths along the way, feel free to smack them in their smarmy faces with their stupid little hats of theirs. All right, well, let's head up this way first. They fancies. Nothing I need at the moment.
Abundant green foliage sprouts from every nook and cranny of the leafman's body, so many of the leaves and branches become matted and tangled together. After a few snips, you remove the overgrowth from the leafman's body, leaving it looking as prim and tidy as the day it was born. Everything about the leafman is horrifying. Abundant green foliage sprouts from every nook and cranny of the leafman's body, such that many of the leaves and branches become matted and tangled together. After a few snips, you remove the overgrowth from the leafman's body, leaving it looking as prim as trim as the day it was born. Survey the area. Sense a hostile presence. Alright. We'll head up here and get this other thing and then continue, I suppose. This looks like freaking Dr. Seuss Lab. What about this Julie's new favorite mortal, Piotr, was it? Whatever brings you to... Wait, I know what this is. If only I sent you to get your hands on our treasures, well, then they can just flutter off whence they came. We found these, and that means we'll be keeping them, thank you very much. Use the keyboard, the software keyboard, to enter the phrase that contains the word staling.
Come now, my snailing.
Why of all the... Peter, you're making me blush. Still, if you think that just because you're the hero who brought back the night, and that you can saunter in and charm us and just sharing our treasures with you, well, then come to think of it, you're right. After all, why keep our precious possessions all to ourselves when they can be spun into dreams and bring joy to all the children of the realm? Oh, what a lovely thought that is. Just promise me you'll take care of it, right? Yes. Let's try shape changing.
That sounds a little scary.
Oh, my favourite mortal's back. And what's that in your hands? Could it be? Yes, yes, you must show it to me at once. A collection of stones. And just how look how round they are. Oh, come to think of it, they resemble the eyes of a pesky, nasty mouth. Well, perhaps I should simply throw them back as far as... Oh, no, we mustn't waste them, so I'll polish them into a charming set of marbles for the children. Oh, those greedy little pixies were most smitten when they told them the jumpingly cute they were, weren't they not? Oh, I thought they might be. You know, you could tell me the same from time to time if you'd like. Oh, but where was I? Oh, yes. I'm sure they'll all be too quick to hoard and hide away the next shiny little thing to get their hands on. So I do hope you're ready to charm 'em again for me. Farewell for now, my favourite mortal. Was there something you needed? Oh, but of course, you were going to prune my precious little leafman for me. Well, did you? There's the leafman foliage for you. Thank you ever so much. I know there's a reason why you're my favourite mortal. Oh, look at these little fawns you brought me. Why, perhaps I'll spin them into little leafmen for the children. Some of them don't have so many friends, you know. It truly breaks my heart to see. I thought I'd fashion them into a whole horde of leafmen to play with. Well, next you get along swimmingly. After all, the leafmen used to be mortals too. But sometimes I wonder what it's like to be a leafman. Have you ever wondered too? If you have, why, that could certainly be arranged. You need only say that. Wait, why are you backing away from me like that? That sweet, sweet honeymoth me. Oh, I know you wouldn't come back empty-handed. Well, then hand it over already. There's the extra more tail. Well, I say, isn't this the sweetest aroma I ever had the pleasure of smelling? Perhaps those Nomo do know something. Don't know what they're talking about. Perhaps they wouldn't mind if I take just a teeny tiny smidgen. That is to say, of course I'm not thinking of taking a sip. We pixies have far more refined palates than a silly little Nomo. We're not the ones to sit around all day sucking those icky tails. At any rate, thank you for always being so helpful. Yes, helpful. Please come back again soon. No, just a tiny little... You're still here?
Interesting. Well, that's all for now. On that front, anyway. Time for the scientific method. And more tsuk. I'm going to turn on the coffee pot so I can get some coffee at lunch. Got about 30 minutes left. All right.
Gosh, what do you got? You know, I heard that the liquor here ain't fit to drink, but it ain't half bad. Gets the job done and with a real kick. Now, I know what you're thinking. That Gatto is downing one ale or another, you think to yourself. And he's so good at it, too. I'm incredibly, uncontrollably jealous. I just can't take any more. And you weep quietly on the inside. I'm sympathetic, I am. But my drinking is important. No, indispensable. Dwarves get fiercer the more they drink. Really fuels the fire within. I can see you don't believe me. Fine. You leave me no choice. I will show you. I'll go ahead and dice some sin eaters in the time it takes you to finish off this moored swill here. Just gulp that down and come find me, southeast of here. You'll see.
Half it. Purchased by Gyat sits on the mat. The local concoction within is a deep brown, and from it wafts a stench that can only be described as atrocious. Drink the moored swill? Oh, absolutely. Use your nose and gulp down the remaining liquid. At first, you taste only the rancidity that made you curse nature itself. Then you note the aftertaste. You get the flavor of instinctual terror, with a hint of feet.
Amazing, you finish. Of all non-moored customers, only you and Dwarf ever drink so much.
They have all kinds of abilities. Some that some would consider to be unnatural.
Eater appears to have been roughly bludgeoned by a rather over-enthusiastic maul wielder.
Let's take care of this guy real quick. And I can do this. I don't want to have this thing biting at my back while I'm trying to do stuff. You know?
See, your average sin eater's no match for me. Not with the power of tradition and alcohol on my side. As a matter of fact, I put down another ale, but just before I got this one here, I did the job a bit too well. Really mangled the thing. It was pretty gross. Flattened it in all the wrong places, the bits poking out and the like. So I got it out of here. Anyway, you get the idea. I drink to kill stuff, and you have to admit, it's an effective strategy. I drink a lot and I kill stuff. And now that you've got our sin eater patient, you can try out your healing on it. Go on.
What happens when I heal a sin eater?
Huh. As we thought. Nothing. You figure out the why of it.
He was never really alive to begin with.
You're right on that one. Senators look like people or beasts, but it's like they're just pretending. They're not truly alive. Only the light drives them, keeps them going like winding an automaton. And healing magic ain't meant for restoring life to something that didn't have none to begin with. But if Seraphi's power ain't like the healing magic we know, what is it? I also wonder why I didn't come here and revive this one. Is it just too far away to take notice? Then again, I never heard tell of it appearing in Holminster Switch, neither. And so many Sin-Eaters got killed there, you'd think they would take more note eventually. So I only resurrect some Sin-Eaters and not others. There's all too much thinking and not enough drinking. To the Crystarium!
Of course.
The Mord stuff's alright, but this here is fine ale. At least that's what my body tells me, and I always listen. And that's how I keep my muscles primed and my spirits high. Speaking of which, would it relax you to kill a little? I mean, would it kill you to relax a little? Being so serious all the time can be good for you, and the silent staring just makes you seem morose. You won't kill Sarosophy any faster for not drinking, that's for sure. Nothing comes easy to sober folks. And that's why I need a few more in me before I can really get to work, figuring out why Sarosophy does what it does. I keep feeling like I'm missing something obvious. But,
Alright. So from here, let's do freedom with privilege. Hello, Lurik.
let us brook no further delay and commence our search separately, as before in Amarang. If you catch the eater first, I grant you leave to kill it without me. I trust you will not be disappointed if the reverse were to occur. Surely not. Surely not. I myself will be most put out if I happen to lose to you a second time, and so on that note, may the best hunter win.
There's the destination. Survey surroundings and find no trace of the bear you seek. Despite looking far and wide, you fail to find any trace of the bear you seek. Perhaps Lurik was indeed the better hunter this day. What's up, Lurik? Who are those people?
Hate to say it, Peter, but it seems we're late to the party. Librid and his mate slew the bear before we could.
So it is true, then. You've cast your lot in with this boy. You poor daft sod.
But I don't understand. The eater was a newborn. How could you possibly have learned of it and gotten here before we did?
Well, see, that's the problem with relying on hired help. They're loyal to your coin, not you. And you're not the only one willing to open his purse. But more importantly, Reek, what is this I hear about you hunting Andrea? With help, I mean, rather than all by your lonesome. I have a distinct memory of you storming off in a huff saying you didn't need me, or anyone else, to finish the job. Tell me I'm wrong. Do as you like. Help or no, you've no chance of beating me to the prize. Because unlike you, I'm not all talk. And neither are me mates. Speaking of mates, how much did it cost you to buy his friendship? Do tell.
Piss off, Librand. Why are you still here? You got your mark, don't you?
You should choose your friends more carefully, sinner. When it all goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. What's that guy's problem?
You have questions, I'm sure, and as you may have surmised, Librand was once a comrade of mine. I took him into my service that we might hone our skills battling sin-eaters in preparation for facing Andrea. However, I soon came to see that he was not at all capable a hunter, and so I dissolved our working relationship. Unfortunately, he did not take it in stride, and instead resolved to recruit new companions, that he might beat me at my own game. It would seem that his fortunes have improved greatly of late, so much so that I fear we can no longer afford to dedicate time to tracking lesser eaters, and must devote our undivided attention to the pursuit of Andrea. As such, we should be getting back to the Crystarium. But before we depart, I have one other matter to attend to in Ilmore. If I might trouble you to accompany me. But of course you will. Let us be off.
All right. So we should be able to get right up until starting with the main plot again. Wish to ascend to the canopy? Why, yes, the lift will take you there. Alright. Here we are in the beehive.
Peter, allow me to introduce you to my father and mother. Father, this is my traveling companion and dear friend, Peter. He and I have resolved to hunt a particularly deadly sin eater. Indeed, I cannot overstate how terribly dangerous this eater is, that to pursue it is to court death itself. However, when we at last triumph over the fiend, all of Novrant shall sing our praises. Won't that be wonderful, Father? So long as you do not sully our good name, you're free to hunt whatever quarry you desire. I can do without all the petty details. Now then, how much do you require this time? Out with it. Oh, never mind. Just give the boy my coin purse, would you? I'm sure it'll suffice for his trivial pursuits. That is why you're here, is it not? Another handout? Don't play coy. You've never been any good at it.
I don't think I like you very much, sir.
You know, I honestly don't know why I came here. Keep your coin, Father. We're leaving, Peter. Right now.
You're right, Lurik?
Forgive me, Peter. I would forego the wine on this occasion. Arthur's lackluster reception has put me in rather dour spirits. As you may well have gathered from our exchange, I'm a free citizen of Yulmore. Owing to my parents' considerable wealth, I've enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. And privileged and unbearably boring. Which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I am no fool, though. I'm well aware of my fortunate circumstances, which is why I elect to conceal them from the people of the Crystarium. People who want to judge. Well, they want to jump to uncharitable conclusions. I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, though, and so I thought it best to bring you into my confidence. I pray you refrain from telling others. Now then, since Librand has decided to turn this into a race, we'll have no choice but to oblige him and slay Andrea before he does. This calls for a veritable army of hired hands. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I refused Father's coin. Without additional resources, we'll have no choice but to conduct the search by ourselves. Moreover, I'm rather embarrassed to admit I can pay you only a token sum this time, but I trust that will not deter you from joining me anon.
I was never in this for the guild.
Really? I mean, of course you weren't. Perish the thought. Peter, my friend, thank the gods you're here. Ever since we parted ways, I've been exhausting myself, running all over the Crystarium, questioning anyone and everyone, hoping someone might have seen Andrea. But alas.
Only the Crystarium?
Well, of course, surely this is a limit to what a man with meager financial resources can accomplish.
You know, you could actually just go outside sometime.
Never mind all that, for it recently dawned on me that the vision you beheld of Renda Ray's past could hold the clues for which we've been desperately searching. When you first described it to me, I felt as I had heard it before, and I had. My wet nurse told me the exact same story when I was still a boy. 'Twas a tale of a courageous hunter who, together with her comrades, embarked on a quest to slay a notorious mark, a great horned beast. They came upon their quarry in a desert and were tempted to lay it low. Alas, the beast had a singular strength, and the hunter a fatal weakness. And so, in the ensuing struggle, her comrades were killed, leaving her the sole survivor to swear vengeance. Would you not agree that your vision is a perfect match for this tale?
It does sound pretty close.
There could be no doubt. Renda Ray is a celebrated hunter, the hero I so admired from my childhood. After that tragic day, the hunter resolved not only to rely on others, and instead slew the beast by herself. She somehow found a way to compensate for her weakness. Anyway, my recollection of the tale is likely riddled with errors. We should ask Master Alvara to recount it in full. She was a bounty hunter herself before she entered into our service, you know. In light of all this, I should share with you an interesting theory, concerning all the virtues I heard from a fellow hunter. Apparently, each appears to be driven by particular memories, moments that forever changed each of those followed heroes. Makes sense, doesn't it? Renda Ray being a hunter of notorious marks in life and in death, I don't know why it never occurred to me before. But if it is indeed the reason why she behaves as she does, then the more we learn about Renda Ray's adventures, the better our chances of predicting where she'll turn up. All the more reason to go and see my former wet nurse. Miss Alvara lives in Gate Town on Calusia. Let us be off then.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
All right, we're here. We will pick this up here at the end of lunch. I should take 30 minutes to an hour. I don't expect to take an hour. So see you soon. Later.